Things You Save in a Fire. By Catherine Center. 1. The night I became the youngest person and the only female ever to win the Austin Fire Department's Valor Award, I got propositioned by my partner. Propositioned. At the ceremony. In the ballroom. During dinner. By my partner. There we all were, the entire B shift from Station 11, in our dress uniforms, using salad forks, and there I was, in my crisscross tie, getting more and more nervous at the prospect of having to walk up on that stage in front of all those people under all those lights. The winter before, a busload of schoolchildren had slid off an icy road into a ravine, and I had climbed inside to push the kids out through a window, one by one, as the water rose. That's why we were here. The newspapers were calling me the school bus angel. And Hernandez, of all people, chose this moment to hit on me. Hernandez, my partner of 3 years. Hernandez, who I'd never once thought of that way. Hernandez, who was so perfectly, mechanically handsome that he didn't even register as handsome anymore. He was like a Latino firefighting Ken doll, so bizarrely perfect, he wasn't even real. He lifted weights, and flossed, and preened, and he used his washboard stomach and perfectly aligned white teeth to snare more unsuspecting ladies than I could count. He wasn't just in our department's calendar, he was on the cover. Picture perfect Hernandez, the last guy on earth I would ever think of as anything other than a health food eating, CrossFit training ladies man, leaned over close to my ear, right there at the banquet table, and asked me to spend the night with him. Maybe tonight's the night, he said. I kept chewing. I honestly didn't see it coming. Tonight's the night for what? He looked at me like, duh. To finally do something about all that sexual tension. I looked around to see if the other guys had heard him. He had to be joking. Somebody had to be making a video, or taking a photo, or poised to jump out and start laughing. There was no way this was anything but an epic Firehouse candid camera prank. I surveyed the rest of the crew. Pranksters all. But everybody was just sawing away at their chicken. I decided to call Hernandez's bluff. Okay, I said. Great idea. He lifted his eyebrows and looked delighted. Really? I gave him a look like, come on. No. Not really. I'm serious, he said, leaning closer. You're not. He gave me a look like, and who are you to judge? I gave one back like, you know exactly who I am. Then I said, you're never serious about anything. Especially women. But you're not a woman. You're a firefighter. Yet another reason I'd never go home with you. I think you want to. I shook my head. Nope. Deep down. Nope. I could dare you, Hernandez said. I never back down from a dare. But I shook my head, like, not even that, buddy. I don't date firefighters. And neither do you. This would hardly be a date. I tilted my head. You're like my brother, dude. I can work with that. I flared my nostrils. Gross. Seriously. Why not? I squinted at him. Was he serious? Could he possibly be serious? I glanced up at the stage. In a few minutes they were going to start the awards ceremony. This was a big night for me. Huge. The biggest night of my career. Did we really have to do this now? We work together, man, I said. I shouldn't have even had to say it. Firefighters don't date other firefighters. It's not just against the rules, it's against the culture. He didn't care. I'd never tell. That doesn't change anything. He gave me a serious, evaluating look. You need to let yourself have some fun. I shook my head. You're not my kind of fun. He leaned in a little closer. You never date anybody. How is that possible? It's such a waste of a good woman. Stop holding back. I'm not holding back, I said, like we were discussing the weather. I'm just not interested. He glanced down at himself, approvingly, and then met my eyes. You're interested. I shook my head. You've thought about it, he said. Pretty sure I haven't. He lowered his voice. You're thinking about it now, though, aren't you? Not in a good way. You need to stop living like a nun, he said. What if I'm the cure for all your loneliness? That got my attention. I stabbed a carrot in my salad. I'm not lonely. He frowned like I was certifiably insane. Guess what? You're the loneliest person I know. To be honest, that smarted a little. I pointed at him with my fork. I am self-sufficient, I corrected. I am independent. I am in charge of my own life. You are also in need of some. He gave a meaningful pause. Company. I refused to take his meaning. I don't have time for company, I said. I had my shift at the station, my second job as a self-defense instructor, 10 hours a week of volunteering with Big Sisters, a marathon to train for, and weekends helping my dad build an addition to his house. I barely had time for sleep, much less company. Whose fault is that? Hernandez asked. Was that a real question? Company is not a priority for me. I'm not romantic. This is not about romance. It's about warmth. Connection. Human closeness. Sounds like romance to me, I said. Call it what you want. You need some. What was happening? This was Hernandez. There was no way he could be serious. And yet his face looked so earnest. I kept scanning for some tell, maybe a little side smile, or a spark of mischief in his eyes, but all I could find was that intense, unwavering, weirdly earnest gaze. I hesitated. You are kidding, right? He had to be kidding. It was beyond off-putting for this person I'd been in mutual disinterest with for so long to suddenly, out of nowhere, claim to be interested. It was as if we'd agreed to play checkers and he suddenly announced it had been chess all along. He lifted his hand to the edge of the table and absent-mindedly touched his finger to my unused knife handle. What if you're wrong about your entire life? He asked then, lowering his voice almost to a whisper. What if I'm exactly what you've needed all this time? Don't you want to find out? Won't you always wonder if you don't? I repeat, this was Hernandez. This was the guy whose favorite joke was to try to throw me on the couch and fart on me. There was not one moment that had ever passed between us that could be classified as flirty or suggestive or even personal. But now he had me locked in this crazy conversation. His intensity with women was a famous hypnotic force. I'd seen him use it on countless targets with near-perfect success. He'd just never tried it on me. I should have been immune. But I was a little off balance, in this fancy hotel, anticipating walking up on that stage. It's a hell of a thing to be recognized, to be honored, and it was clearly stirring my emotions in unexpected ways. And truthfully, Hernandez wasn't 100% wrong about me. Despite everything I knew about him, and life, and firefighters, and myself, I confess, something about his whole shtick right now wasn't entirely not working. I guess you can't keep your guard up all the time. Maybe I was lonelier than I'd realized. Maybe I did need something more. Maybe nothing in my life was quite what I thought. The problem was, he'd just said things that were surprisingly true. Which seemed unfair to know me so well and then use it against me. Trapped in this strange moment, I was suddenly blinking at my entire life through a different lens. Was he right? Maybe I didn't even want to play checkers. It was the strangest moment of all the time I'd spent with him. Stranger than the disco party, and stranger than the pie-eating contest, and stranger even than the karaoke night that went off the rails. Hernandez. Of all people. We both watched his finger on the knife handle. He pushed it closer to me. You're tempted. I wasn't. Or maybe I was. Just a microscopic fraction. I thought about my sad, Spartan apartment and its neat little row of herbs on the kitchen windowsill. I thought about my bed, always made with military precision, hospital corners and all, and how I'd never once had anyone in it besides me in all the time I'd lived there. I thought about how quiet it would be when I got back, just the tick-tick of the kitchen clock. I knew exactly what going home to that apartment tonight would look like, and feel like the slight tightness I always felt on my face after I'd washed it with soap, the whiff of my laundry detergent as I slid my pajama top over my head, the sound of the sheets as I pulled them back and slid between them and tucked them carefully under my arms. The same bedtime routine, over and over, endlessly as safe and repetitive and dull as always. I could play it out to the minute in my head. I could even tell you what I'd think about as I fell asleep. The same thing I always did, I'd imagine making chocolate chip cookies, each step in soothing detail, from mixing in the butter to adding the vanilla, from cracking in the eggs to stirring in the chips. I'd watch the mixer blades spin, and scrape the sides of the bowl with a rubber spatula, and scoop the dough with little half-sphere tablespoons, dropping them one by soothing one onto the cookie tray in neat, perfectly spaced rows. I hadn't baked cookies in years. But I thought about doing it every single night. What would it feel like to shake up that routine? You're the loneliest person I know, Hernandez had said. Suddenly, I knew that was true. But that wasn't a reason for me to sleep with him. Sex was hardly a cure for loneliness. More likely the opposite. Hernandez. It was like if your high school chemistry partner suddenly propositioned you. Or your dry cleaner. Or your doctor. I was not, absolutely not, going to sleep with Hernandez. That would definitely never happen. Probably. Without even realizing it, I held my breath. And then, off to the side, 3 seats over, across the table, I heard a familiar, distinctive, telltale sound, the muffled, closed-mouth snort that our engine operator, Big Tom, always made whenever anybody got pranked. My eyes snapped toward it. There was Big Tom, hand clamped over his mouth and nose, hunching down into a guffaw that he couldn't contain any longer. I'd seen him do that 100 times. He was the one who always broke. Oh my God, I said, turning away. I scanned the rest of the table. The guys from our shift were all there to cheer for me on my big night. They'd been perfect gentlemen all night long, chewing with their mouths closed and everything. But once Big Tom broke, they all broke. In one scan, I saw it on every single face, glee. Triumphant, practical joke-infused glee. They'd gotten me. I turned back to Hernandez and punched him on the shoulder. Hard. Seriously. They'd never gotten me before. And not for lack of trying. What can I say? Nobody's perfect. Once the guy's restraint collapsed, it collapsed hard. They all started pointing. And raising their arms in victory. And cackling so hard they made the table shake. Reichman, Nolan, Trey, Big Tom, and especially Hernandez now hooting with delight, leaning back for air, turning red. I let them have a minute. They'd earned it. Then I started laughing, too, at the relief of it as the world shifted back into a recognizable pattern and became familiar again. I took a deep breath of comprehension. Hernandez had not propositioned me. He had pranked me. Only a prank. Thank God. When Hernandez finally settled enough to talk, he pointed at me. You totally bought it. I punched him in the shoulder. You freaked me out, dude. Tonight, of all nights. We thought you could use a distraction, Hernandez said. Then he pointed at Big Tom. You torpedoed me, man. She was about to say yes. I was not, I said. You were, Hernandez said. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's getting girls to say yes. I'm not a girl. I'm a firefighter. And you were 1 second away. I threw a dinner roll at him. You wish. But he'd made some good points, I'd give him that. Maybe a few too many. Hernandez dug into his pocket for his wallet. Man. I just lost $20. The other guys pulled theirs out, too. Never bet against Hanwell, Big Tom said, giving me a wink. The money came out and got shuffled around the table as the guys paid up, counting bills and collecting them. I watched Hernandez pay out and punched his shoulder again, harder this time. You bet against me. He shrugged with a sly smile. I know what I know. I'm irresistible. Up on stage, the program was starting. An MC fired up the mic as the wait staff cleared away the plates and people rerouted their attention to the stage. It's my great pleasure, the MC said, to help honor our city's fire and rescue heroes here tonight. A huge cheer roared up from the room. Then the guys at my table started chanting, Cassie. 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 I shushed them and made a cut gesture at my neck. But I smiled anyway. Knuckleheads. I gave Hernandez one last glance. Just a prank. And it had been a good distraction. Then we all got quiet, I sat straight in my chair, and all my nervousness roared back. I clasped my hands together on my lap, noted how cold they were, and then took a second to appreciate the ridiculous fact that nothing scared me except, apparently, stages at banquets. I stared straight at the podium as they started calling up the honorees, fully dreading the moment when I'd hear my name. I was wearing pumps, of all things, with my dress uniform, and I was having a few issues with balance. I was not exactly a person who loved the spotlight. Plus, I'd have to speak. We'd been given 2 minutes each to say our thanks at the microphone, and 2 minutes seemed impossibly short and impossibly long at the same time. I had conscientiously typed out a paragraph I figured I could read out loud. How hard was reading, after all? Though as I watched the other honorees come up and read their prepared remarks, I started to think it must be harder than I remembered. They stumbled, mumbled, lost their place, and tripped on simple words over and over. I found myself wishing I'd practiced in advance. Because I was the youngest ever honoree for my award, and a female, of all things, and because this was the most prestigious award the department gave, and because the school bus angel was all over the news, they'd saved my award for last. I was the grand finale of the night. The mayor himself was going to come out, hand me the award, and bask with me in the glory. I counted down as all the others walked up and then back to their places, my chest feeling tighter and tighter with nervousness. Finally, it was my turn. Almost done. I just had to get through the next 5 minutes, and I could go home to my plants and my smooth sheets and my quiet, locked apartment. Folks, we've saved the best for last, the MC said, as the guys from my shift all started whooping and drumming on the table. Our final honoree is the top of the top, and to present this last award, we've got a very special treat. A VIP is joining us tonight. We had hoped to have the mayor with us, but even though he got called away at the last minute on city business, never fear. We've got the next best thing. It's now my pleasure to cede the podium to Austin's very own homegrown city councilman. The MC turned to gesture toward the side of the stage, and in that second's pause, I heard myself say, "Oh, shit." Not the mayor. This was bad. Because I just knew somehow the name he was about to say next. I felt it coming. And I was right. Heath Thompson, the MC called then, in a loud Price is Right announcer's voice as if some lucky audience member had just won a new washer-dryer. And then it was like everything downshifted into slow-mo. The sounds of the words got deep and syrupy, and the clapping started to sound like 500 people beating on snare drums, and I watched in disbelief as the guy himself, Heath fucking Thompson, walked out from stage left to join the MC there. Actually, strutted was more like it. I'd know that strut anywhere, the utterly infuriating gait of a man who fully believed the world would always let him have anything and everything he ever wanted and had never once been told any different. Should I have seen it coming? Should I have known better than to dare to want something for myself? Should I have assumed from the start that life would find a way to ruin this moment? Because I didn't. I hadn't. I was so gobsmacked to see Heath Thompson step onto that stage that I forgot to breathe. Entirely. Until Hernandez saw me frozen there and slapped me on the back. Then, everything I knew blurred into one tiny pinprick of comprehension, at the proudest moment of my entire life, one that was supposed to honor everything I had worked so hard to achieve and become, I was going to have to receive my award from Heath Thompson. Heath Thompson. The only person in the world who could ruin it. 2. As he took the stage commanded it, really the roar of the crowd mutated in my head into a howly, wind on the moors sound that drowned everything else out. The change in sound was so real, I wondered at first if something had gone wonky with the sound system. I looked around, but nobody else looked disturbed. Nobody else looked like something crazy, something impossibly insane was happening before their eyes. Everybody else was fine. That's when I decided it had to be a nightmare. There was no way this moment was actually happening. As I embraced that idea, the weird howl in the room became comforting proof that I must be fast asleep, tucked in bed, making it all up in my head. As usual. I wasn't really here in a hotel ballroom at the proudest moment of my life, about to receive Austin FD's highest service award from Heath Thompson. Life couldn't possibly be that unfair. But there he was. Still. Talking into the microphone, up on stage, in the lights, like reality was his birthright. I blinked again, as if I could clear my eyes. He was 1,000 miles away. My eardrums started to throb, and then, just as I heard his distant, almost unintelligible voice call my name, or thought I did, I felt nausea welling up through my torso from my stomach to my rib cage to my collarbones to my throat. Hernandez poked me on the shoulder. I turned to him and, in slow-mo, he pointed at the stage and waved me toward it. I looked around. Every face in the room was trained on me. Smiling. Clapping. Cheering. The guys on my shift stood up for a standing O, and the rest of the room followed. My next move was clear. I'd won an award, and now all I had to do was one simple thing, walk up to the stage and take it. I swallowed, and stood. Mind over matter. Just stand, walk, take plaque. Simple. Simple. I swallowed again, then stood, cursing those ridiculous pumps, and moved through the crowd, winding past the tables like a blinking fish through a coral reef. Somewhere between my seat and the stage, I dropped my prepared remarks. I felt them flutter from my fingers, but it was like it had happened to somebody else. Oh well, I thought. No speech, then. Least of my worries. There was a step at the stage. Then another, then another. My ankles wobbled on those dumb heels. Then I was approaching the podium, my stomach feeling heavy inside my torso, like a water balloon tied to my rib cage. I wouldn't look at him, that's all. Or touch him. And I wouldn't stop moving. I'd keep in motion like a shark, and I'd keep my eyes averted at all costs. Get in, get out. Don't stop. Don't look back. Pretend it's not happening. Just take it and go. Take it and get to the back of the stage. I coached myself through this the way I'd coached myself through every other hard thing in my life. The way I'd add just one more mile to a 10-mile run, or one more set of representatives in the gym. I'd navigated a collapsing staircase. I'd held a dying man's skull together. I'd jumped from a collapsing roof. I could do this. I stopped in front of the podium, eyes fixed on the plaque itself, trying to mentally Photoshop the person holding it out of the frame. Was I actually going to have to shake Heath Thompson's hand? No. No way. I could make myself do a lot of things, but I wouldn't make myself do that. I saw the plaque come my direction in slow-mo and clasped my fingers around it, trying to ground myself by focusing on how solid and heavy it was. What wood was that? Oak? Walnut? It weighed a ton. Take plaque, move away. But before I could, Heath Thompson grabbed my free hand. To shake. The way every other presenter had done for every other recipient. Except he wasn't every other presenter, and I sure as hell wasn't every other recipient. Heath Thompson had made sure of that. The shock of his touch was like a burn from an electrical wire, sharp and mean and fast. It registered as pain somehow, and then, in response, on instinct, I looked up into his face. There he was. Older and beefier and more hairsprayed than he had been 10 years ago, and wearing a smug city councilman expression, as if the entire world existed for him to grandstand in. I knew in that instant, he recognized me. He'd just read my name out to 300 people, so it stood to reason. But I'd changed a lot. My hair was darker, and shoulder length now, and I'd worn it down when I was younger but now wore it tight back in a braid or a bun every day. I'd gotten contacts. And I had about twice the muscle mass I'd had in high school. Not to mention my dress uniform, its blazer buttoned all the way up with its padded shoulders and little crossover tie. Something about that combination, his beefy, self-satisfied face, his pompous grin, his self-serving posture, and then, finally, the recognition in his eyes. Let's just say it altered my emotional landscape. In a flash, my insides shifted from cold shock to burning rage. There must have been a photographer there, because Heath Thompson was squeezing my hand, holding me in place, smiling offstage, and holding a pose. Somewhere far off, I heard Big Tom from the crew shout, "Give 'em hell, Cassie." And then, just as I was congratulating myself for holding it together, for coping with such grace under the most astonishingly horrific circumstances, I felt something pressing against my butt. Not just pressing against it, like I'd backed up to the podium or something. Cupping it. The only thing it could possibly be was Heath Thompson's other hand. The fact of it hit, the flashbulb popped, and then that hand gave my butt cheek a bold, entitled, proprietary squeeze. And I lost it. Given everything, it's a miracle I didn't literally kill him. There was nothing else I could possibly have done. I turned and whomped Heath Thompson on the head with my oak and metal plaque so hard, I knocked him unconscious and gave him a concussion. I never wanted to be a firefighter. There are people who dream their whole lives of becoming firefighters. There are little kids who ogle fire trucks, and wear toy fire hats, and dress up in bunker gear for Halloween. Boys, mostly. I was not one of those kids. In fact, on career day in kindergarten, I famously announced my goal of growing up to be the Tooth Fairy. Which I still think would be a great job. I never even thought about being a firefighter before it happened. And it happened essentially by accident. I was on my way to med school, in fact, planning to be an ER doc. I was a freshman in college looking for a campus job, and I got recruited by a cute guy in my dorm to work as an EMT for the university. It was an easy sell. I needed practice working in medicine, and I also needed a job. Done. Once I started working as an EMT, I didn't want to stop. Like I didn't even want to go off shift. I loved everything about it, from the medical training to the sirens to the life or death moments. It wasn't just the adrenaline. There was something profoundly satisfying about helping people, about stepping into these terrible moments over and making things better. The feeling of doing something that actually mattered was addictive. I'd had lots of jobs over the years: dishwasher in a pizza joint, lifeguard, dog sitter, but I'd never had a job like that. My roommate, in contrast, had a campus job serving froyo. No comparison. Being an EMT was a whole new world. It was glorious. I stuck people with needles, and pumped chests for CPR, and reset bones. My first week on the job, I helped save a physics professor in cardiac arrest with a defibrillator. Not bad for $10 an hour. All to say, it just turned out I had a knack for it. When I wasn't on shift, I was waiting until I could go back on shift. I worked holidays. I covered for coworkers. I dreamed about lights and sirens. I did that for 2 years before my supervisor recommended I get certified as a paramedic and go to work for the city. All firefighters are EMTs. Firehouses handle far more medical calls than fires, in fact, but not all are paramedics. It takes a year of extra training to get your paramedic certification, and you have to really love medicine to do it, or be forced because the department needs you. I really loved medicine. I worked as a paramedic for a year, and then, after graduation, another supervisor talked me into applying to the fire academy. Things just kind of snowballed from there. Somewhere along the way, I realized this was what I was born to do. There are lots of qualities that make a good firefighter. It doesn't hurt to be big and strong, because that makes it easier to handle all the equipment. It's nice if you're good-natured and low-key, because it's the textbook definition of a high-stress job. Wanting to help people is a plus. And if you happen to deal with anxiety by running around in your underwear, or dumping water on people's heads, or wrapping toilet bowls with saran wrap, even better. You'll fit right in. Oh, and if you can be a guy, be a guy. That's definitely an advantage. I was not a guy. But I was a really good firefighter. Maybe that sounds cocky, but you just know when you're good at something, you know. For one thing, I was the top student in my graduating class at the academy. The number one top student. I knew the Merck manual backwards and forwards. I could start and 4 in my sleep. Plus, I was strong for a girl, and even for a lot of guys, and I didn't get offended easily. I was totally comfortable in the firehouse with the guys. I wasn't shy. I didn't get scared. I never panicked. I had a single dad who was a high school basketball coach, so I grew up playing hoops constantly, and talking trash, and beating the boys at everything. All that helped, but what really made me a good firefighter was a funny little personality quirk that I never even knew I had until I started using it. It takes guts to walk into a burning building or staunch an arterial bleed, no question. But it also takes a special kind of brain. Firefighters think differently from other people, and this is especially true of me. Because when everybody else is panicking, when the entire whole world is freaking the heck out, that's when I get calm. It's like some circuit in my brain is reversed. Everybody in the fire service has this reverse wiring to some extent. When herds of panicked people are running out of a burning building, that's when we're calmly strolling in. But I've never met anybody who has it like I have it. Normal humans see the explosion, or the flames, or the 24-car pileup and think, run. My brain just thinks, huh. Cool. Everybody else is sprinting away, wild-eyed and shrieking, because that's what evolution wants us to do, get the hell out of there. I just slow to a stop and look around. I must get a tiny squirt of adrenaline, but only just the right amount. Enough to make me beautifully, brilliantly alert. Everything comes into sharp focus and gets quiet, and I can see what's happening with exquisite clarity. For everyone else, it's a blur, but for me, it's details, textures, colors, connections, insights. Sometimes I feel like that's the only time I ever see anything clearly. Anyway, that's why I didn't wind up in ER doc. You don't want me just after the emergency. You want me during the emergency. It's a strange thing to know about yourself, but there it is. I'm at my very best when things are at their very worst. And so, even though my dad was sure the fireman thing was a phase, for years later, here I was, still at Station 11 in Austin, still the only girl on B shift except for our badass female captain and still loving every impossible minute. That's WHYT night I got the Valo Award should have been just another easy, inevitable step in my unblemished, pure-hearted firefighting career. But I have to confess something. I didn't just hit Heath Thompson, city councilman, with that wooden plaque when he squeezed my butt. I beat the crap out of him. I pummeled him. I mauled him. Even after I'd cracked his head with the plaque itself, I landed a punch to the face, a knuckle strike to the windpipe, and at least one jab to the solar plexus before adding a few good kicks to the ribs with my pumps after he hit the floor. Nobody saw it coming, not even me, so his reaction time was a little slow, which worked to my advantage. I cut my hand on his teeth, but it was worth it. I don't remember this part, but according to Hernandez, the whole time, I was shouting, "Touch me again, douchebag. Touch me again and see how long you live." He did not touch me again. Lucky they didn't book me for assault. I should have spent the night in jail. It's no small thing to pummel a city official into a bloody, quivering pulp on a stage in front of 300 of the city's bravest public servants. That kind of thing just doesn't happen every day. Or ever. Of course, it's no small thing to grab a firefighter's ass either. They whisked us both off the stage and bandaged his face and my hand while the MC tried to get everybody to sit back down and finish their desserts. The police came, but Heath Thompson refused to press charges. It's fine," he kept saying through his swollen lips. "Just let her go." I bet he wanted them to let me go. There were news cameras out in the lobby. And $1,000 says I wasn't the only thing he had to hide. In the end, they snuck us both out the back door. I don't know what kind of strings he pulled, but nothing about it showed up in the papers. I'm not sure, ultimately, if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Later that night, after I was home, and had showered and bandaged up my hand in my quiet apartment, Hernandez showed up at my door. I saw him through the peephole holding my cell phone in one hand and my plaque in the other. In all the commotion, I'd left them behind. It took me a minute to undo all the dead bolts. When I swung the door open, he held out the plaque tied in a plastic bag. "It's pretty bloody," he said. I nodded as I took it. Then I reached for my phone, but he held it back, out of my reach. "What just happened?" he asked, not crossing the threshold. I looked at my phone held hostage in his hand. I shrugged. "Are you okay?" he asked. I nodded. "Do you want me to stay for a bit?" I shook my head. "You knew that guy in high school?" I nodded again. Hernandez assessed me for what felt like a long time. Then he said, "Am I guessing right that he has something to do with why you never date anybody?" I held his gaze until he had his answer. Then he nodded, like, "Okay." He let out a definitive sigh. "Nice work, by the way." They took him to the hospital. I gave a tiny little smile. "I try." "My offer still stands, you know," Hernandez said. "Offer for what?" He gave a little shrug. "For company. Actual company." I knew he meant well. But I shook my head. I'm better always on my own. Next, still holding my phone, he opened his arms to offer a hug. "Come on. Bring it in. If anybody ever needed a hug, it's you." I would have said no to that, too. But just then, my phone rang. That was it. The moment was over. He held out the phone to me. I took it and then I used it to salute a farewell before I re-deadbolted the door and answered it. 3. It was my mother. On the phone. "Thank you for answering," she said. I closed my eyes. It was an accident. "I need to talk to you," she said. "I figured," I said. She'd been after me for weeks, and I'd been avoiding her, insisting to myself that I was legitimately too busy to talk. Her first call came in while I was at work, during one of the busiest shifts I'd had in weeks. We'd run non-stop calls for a suicide attempt in a high school bathroom, failed, a structure fire in an abandoned warehouse, arson, a sushi chef with a severed fingertip, reattached in the ER, and a cow wandering loose in a residential neighborhood. Adorable. By the time I went off shift at 7 the next morning, I had not even looked at my phone, much less listened to the messages from my semi-estranged mother. I had too much else to do. Plus, I didn't want to talk to her. If she really needs to talk to me, I decided, she'll call back. Which she did. She called back the next day while I was folding laundry, but I let it go to voicemail. She called again while I was out on a run. Then again while I was at the grocery store. Honestly, at some point, it got a little stalkerish. "What do you need?" I asked, when she finally had me. She took a breath. "I need to ask a really, really big favor of you." I braced myself for the question. Whatever it was, the answer was no. "It's going to sound very abrupt," she went on, "but that's partly because it's hard to get a hold of you and I'm afraid you're going to hang up any second." She was right. I might hang up any second. She took a breath. Then, in a burst, "I need you to come to Massachusetts and live with me." I blinked. "Just for a while," she added. "Not forever. A year at the most." "A year?" "At the most." I was stunned by the question. Stunned that she had even asked it or thought to ask it. We were not estranged, exactly, but we sure as hell weren't close. It was such a ridiculous, never gonna happen thing to propose. I couldn't believe she'd even said the words. "I'm not moving to Massachusetts, Diana. That's bananas." I hadn't called her mom in years. 10 years, to be exact. Not since the day she'd walked out on me and my dad. The same day I'd started calling my father Ted. At first, it was just to annoy them, to say that if they wanted to be treated like parents, they'd have to act like parents and stay miserably together. But the longer they stayed apart, the more it became a way of turning them into adults of no special significance that I just happened to know. By this point, they were just Diana and Ted to me. I could barely imagine that they'd ever been anyone else. "I'm serious," Diana said. "You can't be." "Don't give me your answer right away," she said. "Take some." "No," I said. She hesitated. "No," I said again, with more emphasis, as if she'd tried to argue. "You haven't even heard the rest of the idea." "The rest of the idea doesn't matter." 1 year now, she was bargaining, like she had any kind of a chance, and then you go back to Texas like it never happened. That's not how it works. I'd have to stay there several years and earn a promotion before I could find a new position. I don't know what that means. It means if I did what you're asking, I'd give up my whole life. Everything. When you put it that way, it doesn't sound very appealing, Diana said. That's why it's so simple. No. I get it, she went on. I've been over and over it in my head. You didn't want to move here with me when you were 15. 16, I corrected. When you actually still needed me, she continued, and so why you'd be willing to come now, when you're all grown up, and also pretty much hate me. I don't hate you, I said, on principle. But I didn't like her very much, either. You have less reason than ever to come, and I knew before I called that you'd say no. But I just had to try. I closed my eyes. Why? Because I need you. Something in her voice was off. I'd talked to her maybe 4 times a year in the decade since she'd moved across the country, the obligatory calls on Christmas, Thanksgiving, and birthdays. But I still could read her voice too well. I'd grown up with that voice. I knew its pitch, and its cadence, and its rhythms. That voice was the model for my own. I couldn't unknow it if I tried. What's going on? I asked. I'm having a little eye problem, and I can't see as well as I used to. What kind of eye problem? I asked. I knew a lot about eyes. And problems. Are you going blind or something? I asked. A sigh. Like I was really demanding too much info. Sort of. What does that mean? Only in the one eye. And not going, exactly. More like already gone. I mentally flipped through my medical knowledge of eyes. Cataracts. Macular degeneration. Diabetic retinopathy. You've gone blind in one eye? Just one? It's glaucoma, or something. Some kind of oma. They did a surgery, and there was a good chance I'd lose my sight, and I knew that going in. It just turns out it's harder to see with one eye than you might think. Especially when you've been spoiled for so long with two. I wasn't sure I'd call having 2 eyes being spoiled, but okay. Why didn't you tell me about this before? A sarcastic pause that read, please. You let them do surgery on your eye, but you can't even tell me what's wrong with it. She gave a sharp sigh. I'm not really a details person, Cassie. That flash of irritation in her voice gave me permission, suddenly, to be irritated, too. Was it really too much to expect her to retain the most basic details of her health situation? The woman was in her mid-50s, and she was acting like a 90-year-old biddy. But I couldn't keep the irritation going. Even though it's so much easier to judge than to relate, I couldn't help but feel empathy. It must be a hell of a thing to lose half your sight. For anybody, but especially an artist, of all people. Her entire professional life was about looking, and seeing, and perceiving. Of course she was irritated. Probably panicked as well. How is the other eye? I asked then, more softly. Okay for now. It's never a good idea to feel too much empathy for patients. But she wasn't my patient, I reminded myself. She was my mother. Anyway, she went on, it's not so bad. I just can't seem to get a handle on spatial relationships. I keep pouring coffee and missing the cup. Tripping, too. Palms, knees all scraped to hell. Fell down the stairs the other day. And there's no driving anymore. I doubt that's ever coming back. You fell down the stairs. I'm fine. Point is, I could use some help. Not forever. A year at the most, I repeated. Exactly, she said, like we were getting somewhere. While I adjust. There's a therapy you can do to help speed things along. Learn to use the one eye like a pro. But it takes a while. A year? 9 months to a year. Then we're done. You had to admire the optimism. I pushed the empathy back. I was not going to feel sorry for her. People suffered worse things all the time. We'd just picked up a guy last week who'd severed his hand cutting boards to make a playhouse for his kids. But my mind was on alert now. This was happening. She was really asking. A year. That was a lifetime. I didn't have a year to give away. Can't you hire a caregiver? She burst out with a laugh, like I had to be joking. Sweetheart, I'm an artist. Then, like it went without saying, I am dead broke. Can't Ted help you? Why on earth would he even consider doing that? She had a point there. I tried again. But you have health insurance, right? It's terrible. It's worse than not having insurance at all. Don't you have friends? I asked. Of course I have friends. She sounded insulted. But they have their own families to look after. But I live in Texas, I said, feeling my argument weaken. It's just a 2-day drive, she said, like, easy. You can stay with me. For free. I have a spare room in the attic with white curtains with pom-pom trim and a window that overlooks the harbor. She waited, like pom-pom curtains might do the trick. Then she added, think of all the money you could save on rent. Just for a year. Maybe less. I shook my head. I have a life here. Friends. A boyfriend, she asked. No boyfriend. Someone you're sleeping with, then? Then, like she was making air quotes, she added, a sex buddy? Mom. I shrieked, forgetting I didn't call her that anymore. That is not the term. Sorry. I'm too busy for that, anyway, I added. Too busy for what? Too busy for dating. I don't have time. There was a pause, and then she said, I don't understand. Look, I just don't do love, I said. How had we landed on this subject? I could hear the frown in her voice. You don't do love? No way out but through. It's not my thing. You don't do any kind of love? At all? I don't do romantic love, I specified. The dumb kind. She paused a second, and I could tell she was deciding whether to take that topic on. Great, then, I guess, she said at last, letting it go. One less thing to hold you back. This was the most substance we'd worked into a conversation in years. I do love my job, though, I said, to get us back on track. This might have been a good moment to tell her that I had just received an award for valor. But I didn't. We've got firemen up here, you know, she said, as if that made any sense. Firefighters, I corrected. And we've got plenty of fires, she said, sounding almost proud. Tons of them. This whole part of the country's a smoldering tinderbox just waiting to go up in flames. What was her point? There are fire stations on just about every corner, she went on. Maybe you could do some kind of exchange. That's not how it works, Diana. I'd have to give up my job. Just for a year. I'm not a foreign exchange student, I said. They don't hold your place. She let that one pass. Then, with new determination, she said, when have I ever asked you for anything? I sighed. Never, she answered for me. I have never asked you for anything. True enough. She had once asked me to forgive her, in a letter one I hadn't even replied to. But that wasn't something we talked about. Just this once, she said. I promise I will never, ever ask you for help again. It was too much. My head was spinning. I just needed to shut this day down. I thought about tonight, and the guys, and the way they chanted my name at the banquet. Then I thought about what it would feel like to leave them, and I said something so true it was mean. I'd really like to help you, Diana, I said. But I just can't leave my family. Not 10 minutes after I hung up, as I finished rinsing off my plaque in the sink, my phone rang again. I thought it would be my mom, trying again, and I planned to ignore her, but it was my dad. I never ignored my dad. Your mother just called me and told me you said no, he said when I answered. What were they in cahoots? You knew? When she couldn't get you last week, she called me. Why would she do that? You two are divorced. This matter concerns the whole family. Not really. How could you say no to her? He demanded. She needs you. Can we talk about this later? I asked. It doesn't matter when we talk about it, my dad said, rolling out his most authoritative voice. You're going. I already said no. Change your mind. I'm not going to change my mind, I said, like he was completely nuts. She's your mother, and she needs you, and you're going. You're telling me to leave my job, my apartment, my life, everything. You're young. You'll make it work. Ted, I said. I don't want to make it work. That's not relevant. I barely know her. She's practically a stranger. Bullshit. That woman made you. She gave you life. She left me. And she left you, too, buddy, by the way. Are you still mad about that? Yes. No. Both. You can't stay mad forever. Wanna bet? You've got to move on. You moved on with a new wife. I can't get a new mother. True. But your old one is knocking on your door. In a way, I'd felt abandoned again when my dad started dating Carol. And I won't say that Carol was awful, because she wasn't technically a bad person, though she was a little prissy for my taste. The point was, my dad and I had been lonely together for years, like it was our thing. Like we were in a special club of two, people abandoned by Diana Hanwell. But then he found Carol, an administrator at his school, a divorcee, in her pastel culottes and espadrilles, and then, of all things, he decided to marry her. That was that. He couldn't be in our loneliness club if he wasn't lonely anymore. He left. Or maybe I kicked him out. But some part of me flat out refused to leave that club. It was the principle of the thing. In some funny way, I was still standing up for my teenage self. Because if I didn't, who would? Now, here was my dad going over to my mom's side. Why are you advocating for her? I demanded. She left you. You loved her, and you were good to her, and she cheated on you. He knew all this, of course. These things happen, Cassie, he said. Life is messy. When you're older you'll understand. The fact that he wasn't mad made me madder. I hope not. Nobody's perfect, he said. What was he doing? Was he trying to model behavior for me? Was this some kind of teachable moment about growth and change? It seemed so patronizing. I might not know everything about forgiveness, but I sure as hell knew you didn't get there by pretending earth-shattering betrayals had been no big deal. Your wife cheating on you is a big deal. Your mom abandoning you is a big deal. I wasn't going to insult my teenage self and all she'd been through by just shrugging and saying, nobody's perfect. I think you've forgotten how bad it was, I said. We'd eaten SpaghettiOs for a solid year. I probably have, my dad said. Well, I haven't. Don't you know that expression, the best revenge is forgetting? Seems to me like the best revenge would be revenge. Tell me you're not plotting revenge on your mother. What would that even look like? It was far too late for revenge. Of course not, I said, though, in a practical sense, by keeping my distance for so long, that's what I'd been doing for years. I'm just refusing to give her a pass. Sweetheart, my dad said tenderly. Let it go. She's the one who called me. It's been a decade. A decade I've spent building a nice little life for myself in Texas. She needs you. I won't dismantle my entire life and move across the country for a woman I'm not even close to. I think she'd like to be closer. Too bad. She can't just demand closeness. She gave up the right to be close to me when she left. She's not demanding. She's asking. I can't believe you're defending her. My dad was quiet for a second. Then he said, you know, there are people who have no choice but to spend their lives avoiding their mothers. People whose mothers are mean, or toxic, or drunk. People whose mothers hurt them every time they let their guard down. But you are not one of those people. Your mother is actually a nice lady. That was a lot of verbiage for my normally strong but silent dad. Practically a soliloquy. How can you say that after what she did to you? People make mistakes. You can't make me forgive her, I said, barely able to believe how petulant I sounded. You're right, my dad said. I can't make you. For a split second, I thought I'd won. Then he went on. But you're going to go anyway. You're wrong, I said. I'm right, he said. Because you were raised to do the right thing. And she's the one who raised you. 4. The next morning, I was on shift by 6:30 a.m., the cut on my hand bandaged, ready to keep plowing forward with my life. But the captain must have been watching for me, because as soon as I walked through the doors, she said, over the loudspeaker, Hanuel. In my office. Now. I was passing Hernandez right then, and he crossed himself at the tone of her voice. I walked to her office all chastened, with my head tilted slightly down, but just as I stepped through her door, my phone went off. My mother. Again. And it turned out, the guys on shift had changed my ringtone to Big Bottom from Spinal Tap. Because that's what firemen do. Captain Harris watched me like, really? As I scrambled to silence it. Close the door, she said. I closed the door. Take a seat. I took a seat. She shuffled through some files on her desk and let me wait. Captain Harris had been one of the first women to join the Austin Fire Department, back in the 80s. She was also the first ever African-American female captain. I idolized her, and admired her, and feared her, too. She'd seen everything and then some more. She was about as close as a regular human could get to a superhero. And guess what? She really didn't put up with nonsense. I waited for her to light into me. I waited for her to tell me in unflinching detail how much I'd humiliated the department last night with my behavior. I waited for her to punish me somehow, a suspension or a demotion. Something. She just kept her eyes on her paperwork and let me wait. Finally, she looked up. How long have you worked here, Hanuel? 4 years last month. She studied me a little. You're a good fit here, aren't you? I think so, I said. The guys like you. Even after you raised Big Tom's underwear up the flagpole. I suspect they like me because I raised Big Tom's underwear up the flagpole. You seem to be very admired. For a woman. I blinked. Thank you. I called you in here for several reasons, not just your temporary insanity last night. But don't worry, we'll get to that. I waited. First, we need to discuss your performance on the lieutenant's exam. The scores are in. This was your first time taking it, correct? I held very still. That's correct, Captain. You realize most people don't pass that exam the first time. Yes, Captain. Everybody knew that. Some of our best guys have tried 3 or 4 times before passing. My heart wilted a little, anticipating bad news. I'd studied for months for that test. Yes, Captain. It might surprise you to hear, then, that not only did you pass, you got the number 1 score in the entire city. You scored 2 points below me. I sat up. She lifted her eyebrows, just a sliver, in admiration. Strong work. I didn't know what to say. Thank you, Captain. Ordinarily, of course, that would mean a promotion to lieutenant. I nodded. But your circumstances at the moment are not exactly ordinary. I glanced down at my hand, which was throbbing a little. I might need to splint a finger. Worth it. I lifted my eyes back to the captain. I need you to know that the chief and the mayor have had their eye on you for a while now. They have? She nodded. You've been on the city's radar ever since that feature the Statesman did on you last summer, but that top test score clinched it. Now she was looking me over. Until last night, you were a perfect representative of the best of our department. You're young, and fit, and wholesome. No visible tattoos. She studied my face another second, then added, pretty, but not too pretty. I frowned. Thank you. Tell me this, Hanwell, she said. Why did we put the hoses on that warehouse fire last month when it was burning too hot for the water to do any good? We both knew that answer. 100-person crowd had been watching us, and then the news helicopters showed up. And even though the only way that fire was going to go out was to burn itself to the ground, we put water on it anyway. Because that's what people wanted us to do. Hydraulic public relations, Captain, I answered. She nodded, like, exactly. Image matters. When they see us coming, they need to know we're the good guys. They need to let us get in and get to work. I nodded. Do you know what the trouble with women is, Hanwell? I shook my head. Women don't look like firefighters. No argument there. You know, Austin is a very progressive department, she said next. I did know that, of course. Anyone who'd seen our rainbow flag flying, or shopped at one of our vegan kosher bake sales, or seen our fire marshal tooling around in a Prius knew we were a progressive department. The city wants to update our image, she said. And again, up until last night I would have said you were a perfect candidate to lead the way. You're smart as hell, and you're strong as an ox, and you don't seem to be scared of anything. Thank you. I'm not saying you're reckless. I mean you have a steadiness about you that's particularly well suited to the job. I nodded. You're not just a token female, is what I'm saying. You're actually good. I'd assumed that went without saying, but okay. After we announced you were getting the Valor Award, the mayor and the fire chief met and made it official, the captain went on. They wanted to enlist you as part of a PR campaign to redefine the look of the fire service. Billboards, TV interviews, bus ads. You and a few others. They put together a whole multicultural A-team. Whoa. But that she pulled her reading glasses down her nose was before yesterday. I nodded but didn't say anything. She studied me. What the hell happened, Hanwell? What the hell did happen? How to even begin? I stared at my hands. I want to help you, the captain said. But I can't help you if you won't talk to me. It wasn't that I wouldn't talk to her. I wasn't sure if I could. I took a breath. The councilman? I began. From last night. I knew him in high school. He was a senior when I was a sophomore. She waited, all impatient patience. But I couldn't seem to arrange my thoughts into words. Subject, verb, object. It shouldn't be that hard. I opened my mouth, but no sounds came out. She shook her head. You've got to give me something. I nodded. Something. Okay. I leaned forward and looked right into her eyes. He's a bad person, I said at last. She waited for more, and when it didn't come, she lifted her hands. That's it? I nodded. That pretty much summed it up. I leaned a little closer. He's a very, very bad person. Then her face shifted. She seemed to get it somehow. Not that she suddenly, telepathically knew the specifics of how he was a bad person, but she got that on some level the specifics didn't matter. She knew me. She trusted me. I had proved myself over and over to be a moral person, and a brave one, and a selfless one. In that moment, based on my expression, she knew. She knew in that way that other women just know. I wasn't joking around, and I wasn't being flip, and I hadn't lost my mind, and most important, I had my reasons. She didn't need more details, and she wasn't going to push for them. If I said he was bad, then he was bad. Case closed. She sighed and dropped her shoulders. They are willing to overlook it. I blinked. They can't put you on the PR team, of course, because it would be a media fiasco. But they're still willing to promote you to lieutenant and chalk it up to an interpersonal conflict. You're certainly not the first firefighter to ever get in a fist fight. I saw the corner of her mouth trying to avoid a smile. Though you might be the first lady firefighter to ever pummel a smug politician to the ground. I looked down at my hand. She said, I hear he got a concussion. I gave a tiny shrug. He deserved it. I wasn't sure what to make of what she was saying. I had felt certain last night, back alone in my apartment, that I was facing a suspension, at the very least. Not a promotion. We could, she went on, just let this all blow over, give it a year or so, and then quietly promote you. How does that sound? I met her eyes. Safe to say, this was not the conversation I'd expected. It sounds too good to be true, I said. The point is not to let one bad night define the rest of your career, she said, then added, or your life. I nodded, noting the irony. They just need you to do one quick thing, she said then, closing up her folder like we were almost done here. What's that? Apologize. I blinked at her. To who? To the chief? She frowned, like, hello? To the city council man. My head started shaking before my mind had formed the words. I can't do that. She gave a little sigh, like now I was being difficult. Which I suppose I was. A formal apology. You don't have to mean it. Just get it on the record. I'm not going to apologize, I said, just to be clear. Again. He and his friends on the council, they control our budget. She gave a head shake. Then she added, he could press charges for assault. But I didn't think he would. We had too much history, and he had just as much to lose as I did. He won't press charges, I said. You don't know that, she said. And more importantly, the chief doesn't know that. He wants full assurance that this is all over. That's his deal, apologize, and we all move on. I can't apologize, I said. And I won't. She assessed me then. Was I really going to go there? Was I really going to dig in and not budge? Apparently, yes. If you don't apologize, I have to terminate your contract, she said. Chief's orders. Terminate my contract. That was my choice. Apologize, and I got promoted, refuse to apologize, and I got fired. I won't apologize. She leaned in a little closer and shook her head. Just do it. Get it over with. Let's move on. You're a phenomenal firefighter. You deserve to do what you love. You need us and we need you. Don't let this derail you. I can't, I said. Anything else, but not that. I held still. She leaned back. Then she let out the long sigh of a woman who'd seen, and survived, far too much to mess around. She peered at me over her reading glasses, like, fine. You're sure that's what you want to do? I nodded. She looked back down at her file and retreated into formalities. Then as of this moment, you are terminated for gross insubordination and conduct unbecoming. Terminated. Oh my God. Terminated. A fog of panic rose up through my body. Who was I if I wasn't a firefighter? What did I do if I didn't do this? This was the life I'd worked for, trained for, dreamed about. This was the only thing I wanted. This was my reason for going to the gym, for eating broccoli, for living. This was my whole identity. Terminated. But even facing that, I still wasn't apologizing. There was no other choice I could make, and here was my consequence. Then I suddenly remembered one other possibility, and no matter how out of the question awful it had seemed yesterday, today it was suddenly looking better. What if there's another option? I asked. Like what? What if I transferred? To another department? She frowned. My mother is ill, I said. She's been asking me to move to Massachusetts and help her out as a caregiver. Maybe I could move away and work at a different fire station. Make myself disappear. Maybe this could work. Anything was better than terminated. Plus, something else struck me. This wouldn't be the last time I ran into Heath Thompson. The man was everywhere in this town these days. Maybe it was time, after all, to get the hell out of here. The captain frowned. If this comes out, if it leaks to the press or he presses charges, you'll be terminated anyway. He won't press charges. She stared at me while she ran through my remaining options in her head. I could see her weighing everything. She liked me, that much I knew. I wasn't just a good firefighter, I was great. She didn't want to see me terminated either. She started nodding, like this could work. Finally, she said, I didn't even know you had a mother. Sometimes I forget, myself. Okay. We'll try your plan B. The promotion's out, though. You'll have to start all over. Stay there a few years at least. Work your way back up. Starting over, I could handle. Terminated? Not so much. I closed my eyes. Thank you. The captain opened my file back up to make some notes. Where does she live? I know of some openings in Boston. She lives in Rockport, about an hour north, on Cape Ann. Maybe there's something closer, then. I'll ask around. She was going to ask around. I wasn't terminated. For a second, I felt relief, then, right on its heels, a thickness in my throat that I realized, with horror, was the feeling you get before your eyes fill up with tears. I coughed to clear it, and then coughed again. I had not cried in years, and I sure as hell wasn't about to start now. But these guys, this shift at this station, they were my family. The idea that I had to leave them all behind created a kind of weather system inside my rib cage. A wet one. Not good. I wasn't really a fan of being overcome by emotion. In fact, I'd structured my life around lack of emotion. I'd built it around routine, and safety, and order. Feelings were a lot of trouble. I avoided them as much as possible. I swallowed. I held very still. I ordered myself to be tough. I want to bolt for the door, but I was afraid that if I moved, I might lose it. Was I seriously about to cry in front of the captain on top of everything else? It wasn't looking good. Suddenly, all Deus Ex Machina, the tones went off for a jackknifed 18-wheeler on Highway 71. Work always saved me. I stood up, felt all those unruly emotions drain away, and shifted into all business work mode. Hanwell, the captain said, as I reached the door. I turned back to her, my hand on the knob. She looked at me over the top of her reading glasses. You would have made a goddamned great lieutenant. 5. Within a week, the captain was able to find me a position in a small city called Lillian, about 20 minutes from my mom's place in Rockport. A shift at Station 2 had 2 positions open because a pair of brothers who'd worked together 30 years were retiring together, moving south to Florida to fish and drink beer for the rest of their lives. They'd found a rookie for one of the spots, but they wanted somebody with experience for the other. Captain Harris called me in after a conference call with the battalion chief and the station captain, a guy named Murphy. I let them know that you're a big deal, Captain Harris said. I talked you up for a long time. I told them about your test scores, and how much we don't want to lose you. I gave them some of your best saves, the double cardiac arrest at that rib joint, the infant you pulled from that car fire when no one else heard the cries, what you did to those frat boys who set that swimming pool on fire. I told them about your being the youngest person ever to receive our Vela Award, though I conveniently left out how you clobbered the hell out of the presenter on the stage. Thank you. All to say, I made sure he was totally sold on you before I broke the bad news. The bad news. I guessed that she was referring to my alarming capability for random violence, but instead she shrugged, like, duh. That you're a female. Oh. I nodded. That. What did he say? Honestly, she said, that guy Murphy's accent is so thick, I didn't catch everything. But I'm pretty sure he told me that women are the worst, and they have no place in the fire service, and that in the 120 years of the Lillian FD, they'd never hired a lady before. Then he added, not to fight fires, anyway. Did he really say, women are the worst? She squinted. He doesn't seem to have much of a filter. Did he realize that he was talking to a woman? If he did, he didn't care. Did he realize he can't discriminate? If he did, he didn't care. I took all that in. Then I let out a long sigh. My brain flipped through my options. I could sue the Lillian FD for discrimination, I supposed, but that wasn't going to help me get to Rockport any faster. Plus, I'd never sued anybody in my life, and I was really rooting for fewer lawsuits these days, not more. I didn't want to fight for justice. I just wanted to fight fires. I let out a breath. Maybe I can look in Boston, I said next, trying to stay productive. An hour commute isn't impossible. The captain looked up. Oh, no. They want you in Lillian. I frowned. They do? Yes. Captain Murphy ended his lecture on how women in the fire service will be the downfall of human civilization by admitting that they actually do really need somebody, and beggars couldn't be choosers, and at this point, they'd take, quote, anybody with experience and a pulse, even a lady. I kind of hated that word, lady. Made me sound like I had ringlets and a petticoat. And the chief agreed, she added. So you're in. So, I said, summing up, they don't want me, but they're so desperate, they'll take me anyway. That's about the size of it. I thought for a second. Well, I'm desperate, too. So I guess we're a good match. You're a terrible match, the captain said. But your only other option is Boston. And I can't imagine they want a lady either. I nodded. So you'll take the position? I nodded again. What choice did I have? And what will you do? She asked. I wasn't sure what she meant. I frowned. I'll get a map of the city and learn the territory before I get there. I'll show up on time ready to work, and I'll work hard. The captain cut me off. That's not what I mean. She leaned across her desk to hand me a blank piece of paper. I took it. Then she found a pen in a drawer and flung it at me. I caught it. How did you wind up here? She asked then. I was recruited straight out of the academy. Having graduated at the top of your class, she added, easily passing both the written and physical tests, and then I handpicked you to come here. And you've been a valued asset, a tireless worker, and a rising superstar ever since. She waited for me to see her point. I didn't, though. She leaned closer to spell it out. You have no idea what it's like to work in a place where you're not wanted. You've been recruited, welcomed into every job you've ever had. She wasn't wrong. But all that's over now, she said. The day you walk out of here, all that's gone. Is it going to be that bad? I asked. It's going to be worse. I looked down at the sheet of paper. What's the paper for? She leaned back in her chair. I'm going to give you some hard-won advice. And you're going to take notes. Okay. I popped the cap off the pen and waited. She paused for a second, like it was hard to know where to start. Then she began. First, don't expect them to like you, she said. They dislike you already, and they've never even met you. These guys will never be your friends. She looked at the blank paper under my hand. Write it down. I wrote it down. She went on. Don't wear makeup, perfume, or lady-scented deodorant. Chapstick is okay, but no lip gloss, nothing shiny, no color. Don't paint your nails. Don't wear any jewelry, not even earring studs. And cut your hair off or keep it back. Don't take it down or shake it out or play with it ever. Don't even touch it. I wasn't going to cut my hair off. That was where I drew the line. So the idea is to make them think I'm a guy? They will know you're not a guy. The boobs are a dead giveaway. I corrected, to make them less aware I'm a girl. She nodded. Whenever possible. She went on. Don't giggle. And don't laugh too loud. Don't touch anybody for any reason. Don't carry a purse. Don't use the upper registers of your voice, but don't allow too much vocal fry either. Don't sing, ever. And if you make eye contact, make it straight on, like a predator. Are you joking? She raised one eyebrow, like, do I ever joke? No. She was not joking. I was going to have to look up the term vocal fry. Follow your orders, she went on. Don't ask questions. Know the rules. Go above and beyond at every chance. If your captain says to run a mile, run 2. If he wants you to deadlift 150, do 175. How much can you deadlift? 200. Impressive. How many pull-ups can you do? 20. A lot, even for a guy. You need to do 30, at least, and with ease. Get on that. 40 would be better. And make sure you can do at least a few one-handed. I wrote down 40 pull-ups. Don't ever act afraid. Don't ever hesitate. Don't ever admit it when you don't understand. What if I don't understand, though? Figure it out. Like a man. I had no idea what that meant, but I wrote it down, too. Don't back down from a challenge, she went on, and if you go up against somebody, make damn sure to win. No fear. If your hands start shaking, sit on them. If you get an injury, ignore it. You always tell us not to ignore injuries. New rules, never admit to being hurt. Pain is for the weak. I wrote down pain equals for the weak. They will ignore you. They will exclude you. They will resent you. Being nice won't help. Working hard won't matter. Just by your very presence there, you are attacking them, trying to steal something that's rightfully theirs, trying to infiltrate and dismantle their brotherhood. You'll be a hen in a wolf house, and they will eat you like a snack the first chance they get. She paused, and I thought about where all this advice was coming from. She was trying to help me face my future, but she was clearly talking about her own past, about the path she herself had walked to get where she was. My admiration for her went up another 1,000% even as my own confidence started to flag. I tried to regroup. Maybe things had changed. She'd joined up 30 years ago. They'd barely invented the sports bra back then. I thought about the friendly camaraderie I'd always known at our station, what a solid brother and sisterhood we had. The captain sounded like she was describing some distant dark ages. I wondered if it could still really be this bad. You can't let anything bother you, she went on. You can't get offended. You can't be girly. They will test you and test you before you earn a place among them, and you might still never get one. They'll tease you relentlessly, and it might be good-natured, or it might be cruel, but it doesn't matter either way. They will burst in on you while you're in the bathroom. They will goose you on the butt. They will dump ice water on you while you're fast asleep in your bunk. And don't get me started on the duct tape. It is what it is. It's the life. Don't get mad. Don't file reports. Your only choice is to laugh about it. I circled the word laugh. And don't talk too much, either. Remember, what women think of as sharing, men see as complaining. I could feel my shoulders starting to sink. Here's another one: don't have feelings. Don't have feelings. Don't talk about them, don't explore them, and for God's sake, whatever you do, don't cry. I never cry. Good. Keep it that way. I wrote the word feelings, circled it, and drew a line through the circle. Feelings, bad. Last, but not least, she said, tapping the paper with her finger like she really wanted me to pay attention. No sex. She waited for me to protest, but I didn't. No sex with firefighters, she went on. Or friends of firefighters. Or relatives of firefighters. Even acquaintances of firefighters. She pointed at me. If they even get a whiff that you're attracted to somebody anywhere near the station, you're a goner. That's the biggest rule, and I saved it for last: do not sleep with firefighters. So I need to live like a nun. Not a problem. Tragic celibacy for the win. Until you've proved yourself, yes. Because there's no faster way for you to go down in flames than to screw one of the guys. Just hypothetically, I said then, already knowing the answer, would the guy go down in flames, too? The captain took off her reading glasses and gave me a look like, please. I like you, she said then. I've always liked you. You've had it easy, and now you're about to get the opposite. Maybe it'll break you, or maybe it'll make you. If you play it right, your struggles might even lead you to your strengths. I had no idea how to play it right. Then she said, my best advice to you. Find one person you can count on. Just one. I looked the sheet over. So, to succeed in my new job, I basically need to be an asexual, androgynous, human robot that's dead to all physical and emotional sensation. She sat back in her chair and nodded, like, yep. Simple. I nodded. Just be a machine, she said. A machine that eats fire. 6. The drive across the country gave me a lot of time to think things through. I didn't even turn on the radio. I just drove with the window down, the air roaring in and swirling around me. Had all that really just happened? Had I really just torpedoed my career, the best thing in my entire life? Had I beaten up Heath Thompson on a stage in front of 300 of my most esteemed colleagues? Had I given up a promotion to lieutenant by refusing to apologize? What the hell? One thing I couldn't decide: had refusing to apologize been standing up for myself or sabotaging myself? I could see arguments both ways. As I left behind everything and everyone I cared about back in Texas, And as I pictured my emptied-out apartment and my dad's garage filled with storage tubs of my stuff, and as I watched the road ahead of me stretch out farther and farther into uncertainty, the question lingered. It could have been worse, I kept telling myself. I kept thinking about a woman I'd rescued from a plane crash not that long ago. The pilot, her boyfriend, got caught in a crosswind during landing and cartwheeled. The guy walked away without a scratch, but the woman was so burned, crushed, and wedged, we had to strip the plane apart with the hydraulic cutters. During the extrication, she told me they had just gotten engaged. On that very flight. Then she insisted it was the happiest day of her life. After a while, in the fire service, calls start to blur together in your mind. But a rare few stand out. Something about that woman stayed with me, something about the way I'd glimpsed her future before she did. Her life as she knew it was gone, and I was the first one to know. That's how life is. Things happen. Lives get broken. Some people never can put themselves back together. I wondered if she would. I wondered if I would. All I'd had to do was shake the man's hand and walk off the stage. Instead, I put him in the hospital. Which was still a lot less than he'd done to me. But what was that old saying my dad loved so much? The best revenge is forgetting. I clearly hadn't forgotten a thing. Despite all my efforts. In my defense, I hadn't expected to see Heath Thompson there. I'd had no warning. It was supposed to be the mayor, a friendly, portly fellow I'd met several times before. It was the shock of seeing the monster himself. I hadn't had time to prepare. If I'd known it would be him in advance, maybe I could have acted differently. Or not. Maybe, if I'd known, I would have skipped the banquet entirely. Maybe I wasn't as completely fine as I wanted to think. And now, insult to injury, I was moving in with my mother. The last person I would have picked. She didn't even know the real reason I'd agreed to come. She thought I was just being nice, just doing my daughterly duty. Or maybe she thought I'd softened toward her. Or even decided to forgive her. Was she expecting bonding? Was that on her agenda? There would be no bonding. I was going there to do a job. I would help her until she'd adjusted to her new situation, and then I'd find somewhere else to live. If I could prove myself at the Lillian FD, I'd move to Lillian. If not, I'd move somewhere else. Somewhere closer to home, preferably someplace with tacos. A year at the most, she'd said. But it would take much longer. Oh my God. I was moving back in with my mother. How long had it been since I'd lived with her? Not since before she'd left us on the night I turned 16. A lifetime. Would she notice how different I was now? Would it bother me when she noticed? Would she try to change me back? And if she did that, if she insisted on comparing and contrasting who I'd been before with who I'd become now, what would that do to me? Would it drown me in sorrow for everything I'd lost? I sucked in a deep breath and sat up straight. I needed a strategy. The one thing I couldn't do right now was to become emotionally destabilized. I had worked too hard and come too far. The only safe approach I could see was to keep my distance. Yes, I had to live in her attic, but we'd be housemates and nothing more. I'd go to work, and take long runs, and work out, and do whatever chores she asked of me, and that would be it. My mother and life, and circumstances, and Captain Harris could force me into this situation. But nobody could make me like it. Arriving in Rockport, I spotted my mother's house right away. I didn't even have to check the address. It was a tiny, classic New England saltbox shape, with grey shingles, just as I'd seen everywhere on my drive up, but it was covered, doorstep to roof, in painted flowers. The front door, and all around it, and the windows and shutters and window boxes all brightly, lovingly hand-painted with folk art reds and pinks and oranges. The tiny front yard overflowed with real flowers as well, in a colorful, tangled jumble, draping over the picket fence. Yep. This was Diana's place. She'd lived in Rockport for a full decade, but I'd never visited. She kept on inviting me, and I kept on declining. Some part of me had never wanted to see the life she'd left us for. Now, here I was, moving in. I stood at the garden gate, but I couldn't seem to make myself walk through it. The sheer cuteness of her painted house felt disingenuous. The world might pass this sweet-looking house and decide that an equally sweet person lived in it. But I knew the truth. No amount of painted flowers could cover the truth. She was still the person who'd left us. She was still the person who had disappeared when I really, really needed her. She was still one of the greatest disappointments of my life. I tried to get oriented by looking around at the town's sheer, unadulterated, almost aggressive New England charm. It wasn't like I hadn't been warned. According to Diana, if you'd ever seen a movie that featured a charming seaside village for any amount of time, it was Rockport. She could rattle off 10 of them in as many seconds. And her house, she swore, was at the epicenter of the cuteness in a historic fishing village nestled on a narrow jetty called Bearskin Neck that curved out into the harbor. She'd described it before, of course. I just hadn't been paying attention. Quaint little dollhouse-like stores decorated with weathered wooden buoys sold everything from t-shirts to jewelry to ice cream. Shutters were painted cheery pastels, and planter flowers bloomed everywhere. It was too idyllic to be true, and next to my big, hot, multicultural, gritty, authentic, beloved home city of Austin, this place felt absolutely fake. Yet it felt like my mom, too. She herself was charming, and well-groomed, and lovely. I could see why she would feel drawn here. It felt like her in a way Texas never had. I felt a surge of jealousy toward this adorable town and all it had to offer. It had gone up against Austin, and won. But the real loser was me. Just then, the front door opened. And there she was. My long-lost mother. Not literally lost, since, technically, we made an effort to see each other from time to time. But lost all the same. It had been a year since I'd seen her for coffee, the last time she'd been passing through Austin, and I felt the familiar sensation that seeing her always gave me in the years since their divorce. A particular kind of numbness that happened when my heart wanted to flood with all the things people feel about their mothers, but I flat out refused to let it. There she was. The lady who had always been my mother. Exactly the same. Except, wearing an eye patch. It was so strange to see anyone in an eye patch, let alone my own mother. Then there was the patch itself, homemade out of blue calico fabric with flowers, which was even more off-putting than the fact of it in the first place. Who had a homemade eye patch? That had to be the eye with the mysterious Oma, of course. The sight of the patch made her situation and by extension mine seem real for the first time. It also made her seem a little larger than life. Or maybe that was just her. I reminded myself again that she was only Diana. Of course, our parents get an extra dose of importance in our minds. When we're little, they're everything, the gods and goddesses that rule our worlds. It takes a lot of growing up, and a lot of disappointment, to accept that they're just normal, bumbling, mistaken humans, like everybody else. Her hair was grey now, and she wore it in a short bob that curled forward under her ears. She'd never been a big one for makeup. She wore the same canvas apron she'd always worn, with a lifetime's worth of smears and drips of glaze on it in every color known to nature, over wide-leg linen pants and a linen shirt that were both somehow the exact right ratio of wrinkled to pressed. I'd forgotten how beautiful she was. I could say that without softening toward her, couldn't I? That was just a cold fact. She was beautiful. But also, for the first time in my life, I thought she looked old. She tried to step toward me, but she stumbled over a corner of the welcome mat and had to bend down to study the 2 steps down to the sidewalk. By the time we reached each other, the resentment I'd been feeling had mixed with so many other feelings and impulses: sorrow, regret, loneliness, protectiveness, admiration, affection, that it became something else completely. Complicated. She moved in for a hug in slow-mo. I saw her lean in, and I thought, don't hug me. Don't hug me. Then she hugged me. I stepped back when she released me. You made it, she said then, raising her one good eye to take me in. Nice eye patch, I said. She touched it like she'd forgotten it was there, then smiled as if I'd embarrassed her. A friend made it for me, she said. Her fingernails had clay under them, as always, and she had a paintbrush tucked behind her ear. You found your way okay? She asked. I always do. Thank you for coming, Cassie. I shrugged. There wasn't really a choice. There's always a choice, she said. She half-turned to lead me inside. Can I help you with your bag? The idea was almost funny, as I watched her work her way back up the 2 little steps. I don't think you can, I said. Inside, the house was tiny, and not just because everything's bigger in Texas. Just past the door was a living room barely big enough for a love seat and 2 chairs in front of a stone hearth. Beyond that was a kitchen area with a farmhouse table. That was it. Past the kitchen door, out back, I could see a garden, and beyond that, the water. From the living room, a crooked little 18th century staircase crossed in front of a window, up to the 2nd floor. There didn't seem to be a right angle in the whole place, and the wind outside made the house creak like a ship. This place is like a dollhouse, I said. She smiled like I'd offered a compliment. Isn't it? Nothing about any of this felt real. I felt like a live person who'd just showed up in a Disney cartoon. Yet here I was. Can I fix you a snack? She asked, almost like I was a kid just home from school. She assessed my state. Or get you a drink? Or would you rather just unload your things and get settled? No, she could not fix me a snack. What was I, 12? I'll take my stuff up, I said. My bedroom and studio are the next floor up, she said, and the whole attic is yours. It has its own bath, so you'll have everything you need. Is it always this windy? I asked. Always, Diana said, like it was a selling point. Because we're out here on the jetty. We're not just near the water, we're on it. I looked around. This place must be 200 years old. She nodded. 250. A fisherman named Samuel Mkey built it. He and his wife, Chastity, raised 8 children here. There's some irony there. There are stains on the kitchen floor where they used to pickle the fish. Off to the side was a porch the length of the building that Diana used for a pottery studio and shop. She had made up a profession for herself. She was a dishmaker. It wasn't a real category, and I'd spent my life explaining it when people said, huh? But here in the house, it seemed plenty real. She made dishes and cups and saucers, threw them on the ceramics wheel, then hand-painted them with glaze and fired them. She specialized in gardens and animals, bright colors and polka dots. She made whole sets. And the shop was bright and cheery like the dishes. She sold other fun kitchen items to round out the selection: tea towels and aprons and napkins, all in charming patterns and fabrics. It's a terrible living, she told me once, but it's fun. I could tell it was fun. Just from looking. How did you find this place? Oh, she said, glancing out the window, it belonged to Wallace. Wallace was the man she'd left my father for. The cheater. We didn't talk about him. He gave it to you. Left it to me, she said, nodding. After he died. A pause. I'd never met Wallace. I knew about him, but I'd refused to meet him in the same way I'd refused to visit Rockport. I'd blamed him. I'd been angry. I'd been far too absorbed in the pain he caused me and my dad to see Wallace as anything other than the source of all my problems. Now, of course, it was too late. He died when I was in college. It'll be yours one day, my mom added then. I don't want it, I said, too quickly. She couldn't just make me move here and then give me a house. She blinked. Oh, well, that's okay. But I'll leave it to you anyway. In my will. You can sell it, of course, if you want. You don't have to leave it to me. Who else would I possibly leave it to? Let's not talk about it. No. I agree. Hardly our first order of business. I looked around the room. I'm so grateful to you for coming, she said after a minute. I know you gave up a lot to be here. There it was again. That magic she had for draining my anger, her gratitude, her sympathy. She didn't make things easy. With my dad, things were always simple. He was dedicated, true blue, kind-hearted, and tough. You knew exactly where you stood with him, always. No layers of conflicting feelings to sort through. He was just a good guy, plain and easy. But there was no feeling I had about my mom that wasn't mixed with other feelings, often opposite ones. Everything was always tinged with something else. Plus, I couldn't get over the eye patch. It gave her a strange, incongruous vibe, as if Laura Ingalls Wilder had turned pirate. Assessing her gave me a flutter of fear through my chest, and in response to fear, I always got all business. Let me take a look at that eye, I said, stepping toward her and reaching toward the patch, relieved for something to do. She lifted a hand to block me. Not sure that's a great idea. You do know what I do for a living, right? I see this stuff all the time. You can't shock me. I know, she said. This is different. I might be able to help you, I said. I don't think so, she said. Just let me take a look. She wasn't going for it. I've got a whole team of doctors. Don't concern yourself with it. Isn't that the reason I'm here? I asked. To concern myself with it. She shook her head. You're just here to help me up and down the stairs. And do the driving. And buy the groceries. That's really all you want? I asked. Seemed like just about anybody could do that. That's what I need, she said. Then she took my hand and squeezed it. What I actually want, after all these years, is to spend a little time with my long-lost daughter. 7. Dinner was homemade lobster bisque and a salad with greens from her garden, and I felt both grateful for and annoyed by how delicious it was. I'd been thinking I'd just take a sandwich up to my room, but she'd cooked everything already and set the table. With her own charming dishes. Plan B, eat quickly and say goodnight. Having dinner together was worse than I would have expected. Apparently, we'd forgotten how to talk to each other. Attempts at chatting just flared and died. This town is too cute to be real, I'd say. And she'd say, I agree. And then we'd listen to the wind creak the house until somebody came up with another idea. All of it made worse, in my opinion, by the fact that it never used to be like this back when she was my mother. We'd been close, before. We'd watched every movie Jimmy Stewart ever made, side by side on the sofa. She hadn't been like the other moms, all rules and criticism. She'd been more like a friend than a parent. No minivan, for example. She drove an emerald green, highly impractical vintage Volvo that she'd named Barbara. It was in the shop half the time, so we had to take the bus, and when I begged her to get a better car, she responded that she'd had Barbara longer than she'd had me. Case closed. Do you still have Barbara? I asked her then. Yes, she said, but she's in the shop. As usual, I said, and it was nice to share the memory. My mom had married my dad, she'd once told me, because he'd told her she was fascinating. Who doesn't want to be fascinating, she'd said. But they weren't much alike. She was a dreamer who had trouble keeping straight what day of the week it was, and he was a high school math teacher with a buzz-cut all practicality who coached basketball. Still, he was kind, and fair, and loyal. I had not seen it coming when she left. Neither had he. We had thought we were happy. It was on my list of things I would definitely never ask her about. Across the table, Diana made another attempt. I know it's a big change, coming here. I'm glad to introduce you around town. I waved her off. No thanks. I'm good. She frowned. Just a little jumpstart on making friends. I shook my head. I'm not here to make friends. I sounded like a contestant on a reality show. She held on to that frown. What are you here for? I'm here to. I paused a second. I'm here to do my duty. Your duty? Yeah, I said, not appreciating her mocking tone. You're old, you're half-blind, you're broke, and it's my duty to come here and help you. Okay, I'd also come to avoid getting fired. But the real truth is that I would have come anyway. I would not have held to that no. Eventually, guilt would have prodded me into doing the right thing, even if the threat of being terminated had sped things up a bit. I'm here to help you, as requested, I said. For 1 year. She looked disappointed. What more did she want? I'd shown up, hadn't I? Did she really have to guilt-trip me for not being happy enough about it? What? I demanded. It just doesn't sound very fun. I'm not here to have fun. Her shoulders went up in a little shrug. Is fun out of the question? Yes, I said, with a decisive nod. Fun is out of the question. I have too much to do. I have to take care of you. I have to get in better shape. I have to prove myself at a firehouse that already hates me. I have to rebuild my life. Without fun. She was like a terrier with this fun thing. I stood up, pushing my chair back with a scrape. Time for bed, I said. She looked at the clock on the wall, then raised her eyebrows. It's 7:30. I wasn't letting her win. I'm an early riser. She nodded, then, after a second, said, I just wanted to invite you to come to Crochet Club. Crochet Club? I gave it a beat. It's right next door, she said, gesturing. At my friend Jose's house. I don't crochet. You don't have to crochet. You could knit. Or wind yarn balls. You want me to wind yarn balls? It's very soothing. Or sew something. Maybe a little pot holder. I don't sew pot holders either. The point is, it's more about hanging out and visiting. I'm just not really a joiner. Of clubs. That was true. Human connection had its upsides, but it sure was a lot of work. The risk-reward ratio was low, at best. You joined the fire service, she pointed out, as if she might win this conversation. That's not a club. That's a job. Pretty clubby for a job, though. She wasn't wrong. I avoid the clubby parts. Just come for 10 minutes. You'll love it. Did she really think she could tempt me with the phrase sew a pot holder? And it's not just crochet, she went on. We usually put on a rom-com, too. She was not helping her case. I shook my head. I have 1 day left to finish memoizing all the streets and fire hydrant locations in Lillian. Good grief, she said. It's called knowing the territory. You have to memorize them all? I've been working on it ever since I got the job. I've got flashcards. Maps. She nodded, sighing with resignation. I took my plate to the sink, rinsed it, and put it in the dishwasher. She watched me the whole time. Did she really think I'd come here to crochet? Or watch rom-coms? This was exactly what I'd feared. She wanted to bond. But I didn't bond. With anyone. I walked toward the staircase. She followed me. It's not going very well, is it? She said, as I started up. What? I asked. This. Now. Tonight. It's an odd situation. We're suddenly living together after 10 years of. What to call it? Not living together. Feels kind of like a first date or something. An awkward one. I wouldn't know, I said then, hoping to shut the conversation down. I don't go on dates. She peered at me. What does that mean? Oh God. Now I'd started a conversation. My generation doesn't really date, I said. Why not? I shrugged. I guess it just seems kind of artificial. What do you do instead? I kept thinking each answer I gave would be the last one, and then I'd be released to go on up. But she kept stopping me, snagging me there on the staircase. We hang out. Usually in groups. But then how do you ever get close to anybody? I guess it depends on how you define close. How do you have conversations? Get to know each other? Fall in love? I told you, I said. I don't fall in love. Surely you do, a little bit. Nope, I said. Love is for girls. You are a girl, Diana pointed out. I didn't even try to hide the scorn in my voice. That doesn't mean I have to be girly. Did we really have to have this conversation? I lifted my foot to the next step. I just wanted to go memorize fire hydrants. I sure as hell didn't know how to explain it to her if she didn't get it already. Love makes people stupid, I said at last, hoping to cut to the chase, and I'm not interested in being stupid. Not always, she said. Women especially, I added, not bothering to hide my impatience. It makes them needy and sad and pathetic. And robs them of their independence. Independence is overrated, my mom said. Love is overrated, I countered. Then my notes from Captain Harris popped into my head, and I added, slapping the banister for emphasis, love is for the weak. I needed that on a bumper sticker. She wasn't letting that stand. Love is not weak, she said, like I couldn't have shocked her more. It's the opposite. I took another step up. We're just going to have to agree to disagree. But she wasn't releasing me. The wind creaked the house. Choosing to love despite all the ways that people let you down, and disappear, and break your heart. Knowing everything we know about how hard life is and choosing to love anyway. That's not weakness. That's courage. I have to give myself credit here for not snorting and saying, we can talk about courage after you've walked through actual fire. She wanted to talk about courage. I could talk about courage all day. And you weren't going to find it in a rom-com. But I really just wanted to go to my room. Okay, I said in a pleasant voice. Whatever you say. Now she pinned me with her stare. It's my fault, she said, after a second. For leaving. It's not your fault, I said, but there was that anger again, swirling itself into the mix. It kind of was her fault. She had been the first person to show me how terrible love could be. The first, but certainly not the last. She nodded now, like she'd figured something out. You were 15 when I moved out. 16, I corrected again. It was my 16th birthday, the night you left. Who does that, by the way? Who leaves her husband, her family on her daughter's birthday? One of the great unanswered questions of my life, but I wasn't asking it now. We'd be here all night. You were so infatuated with that boy you liked. What was his name? Hank? Harold? No one in my generation is named Harold, I said. It's like asking if his name was Egbert. She was squinting at me now, like she had me cornered. She snapped her fingers at me. What was his name, though? I sighed. We had to do this. Right now? His name, I said, ready to get it over with, was Heath Thompson. Saying it released a funny, acidic sting in my chest. The second person who had ruined love for me. Also on my 16th birthday, as luck would have it, on the very same night in a spectacular 1-2 punch of abandonment. My 16th birthday. The night I'd spent pretty much the rest of my life trying to recover from. She barely even remembered it. But I was not going to get into that. I glanced up the stairs like I was late for an appointment or something. You were in love with him. I could tell. You doodled his name constantly. I held very still. She pointed at me like she was winning, like we were reminiscing about something pleasant. I thought you were going to give yourself carpal tunnel. That wasn't love, I said, totally poker-faced. That was delusion. But she looked pleased with herself, like we were really getting somewhere. Whatever happened with him? I took a second to marvel at the question. I knew, of course, that there was no way she could be aware of whatever happened with Heath Thompson. I never told her. I never told anyone. In fairness, I couldn't resent her for that. But something about the chit-chatty tone of her voice as she asked about it, like she was just getting the update on some friend's vacation plans or something, maybe even the idea that she could just not know, could have spent the past 10 years obliviously making tea and watering hydrangea beds in this stupidly cute town that, suddenly, really pissed me off. I looked at her, so polite and friendly in that goofy calico eye patch. Nothing, I said. Nothing ever happened with him. She responded slowly, like she somehow knew I was lying. Oh, she said. That's too bad. Not really, I said. He turned out to be a dick. The language made her blink. Did he? She said. I thought I was doing a pretty good job of mimicking a normal conversation until I realized I was shaking. Not trembling, the way your fingers do when it's cold, but rumbling deep inside my core, as if my emotions were colliding with each other in plate tectonics. Could she tell? I wasn't waiting to find out. I really do have a lot of work to do, I said then, taking another step up. The stair squeaked. She read my expression, and my voice, and my urgency, and I could see her mentally back off. She'd gone too far, she suddenly realized. Tried too hard. Violated the essential rule of human relations that if you chase too hard, everyone eventually runs away. Of course, she said, taking a step backwards. Not tonight. To be continued. Or not, I said. She saw her mistake. In trying to pull me closer, she'd pushed me away. She met my eyes one last time and gave a sad smile. Now I've got my work cut out for me. I'd already turned away. I paused and looked over. What work? Getting you to change your mind about love. I shrugged like I was sorry to break it to her. I'll never change my mind, I said. I know too much. Maybe you don't know enough. Why wouldn't she just let me go upstairs? I let the irritation in my voice leak out. Just look around at the world, at the lonely and the cheated on. The violent. The abandoned. I know exactly what people do to each other. I've seen enough ruined lives to last forever. None of that is what I'm talking about, she said. None of that is love. There's conquest, and there's status, and there's porn. Love is something girls invented so they could feel better about it. I'd shocked her. Good. If that's what you truly believe, she said, then I feel so sad for you. I feel sad for all the women out there dragging their boyfriends to Bed Bath & Beyond and making them shop for throw pillows. They want the fantasy more than they want the truth. What's the truth? She challenged. The truth is that love doesn't exist. I meant for that moment to be my win. I meant it to convey to her that whatever it was she remembered of me, or expected of me, or wanted from me, it wasn't happening. We weren't going to watch It's a Wonderful Life and be besties. We weren't going to talk about boys or braid each other's hair or treat this whole long year like a slumber party. That one fierce statement was meant to settle how things were going to be. The girl she remembered was gone. My mother should have nodded, looked down, and given up. But she didn't. If anything, the words seemed to spark more resistance in her. She stood up a little straighter and looked me over like she was really seeing me for the first time all day. Then she said, "Sounds like you just threw down a challenge to the universe, lady." I narrowed my eyes. What does that mean? It means, she said, looking a little triumphant, that you clearly, obviously, any second now, are just about to fall in love. 8. Way too much conversation. I spent the next 2 days fiercely avoiding my mother. No easy feat in a house the size of a shoebox. I skipped dinner. I went for runs. I made visual inspections of the town of Lillian. I did the grocery shopping and picked up a lavender neck pillow for Diana at the pharmacist. When I did interact with her, helping her on the stairs, I kept my interactions short, polite, and action-oriented. I would not have another conversation like that with her. I hadn't come here for therapy, or to have my mind changed about anything. I'd only come here because I had no choice. Basically, I was just holding it together until I could start my first shift at work. I had already timed the drive from Rockport to Lillian, twice, and scouted the station so I'd know how to get there. I'd been to HR downtown to fill out reams of paperwork, get fingerprinted, and pick up my mask, gear, and uniform, both dress and everyday, and make everything official. I picked up my brass nameplate and my ID badge with my firefighter paramedic designation. Then, the morning of my first day, I set 3 alarms for 4:30 so I'd have no chance of being late. I followed Captain Harris's instructions to the letter: no makeup, no jewelry, no cleavage. I even made an attempt at no boobs by clamping mine down with a bra that was part spandex, part corset. I put my hair in a low, decidedly unbouncy bun at the back of my neck. Actually, it wasn't even a bun, it was more like a wad. I just wrapped the ponytail holder as many times around it as it would stretch. Message: I care about my appearance exactly as little as a guy. I even hesitated on the chapstick because when I took off the cap, the wax looked slightly pink. When I left the house at sunrise, Diana was also up, sitting meditation style out on a bench in the garden, eyes closed, face turned to the breeze riding in from the ocean. She wore a silk kimono, and she had a different eye patch on. This one was red with cherry blossoms. In 2 days, I'd never once seen her without one. I opened the back door, but she didn't hear me. "I'm heading out," I called. She turned and opened that one eye. "At this ungodly hour?" "You're up," I said. "Not by choice." "Insomnia?" "Something like that." "What are you doing?" "Breathing." I squinted at her, like, we're all breathing. "Meditating," she corrected. "Oh," I said. "That doesn't sound as good as sleeping." "It has its upsides." "Do you need anything before I go?" She gave a little head shake. "I'm good. If I get in a fix, I'll call Josie next door." Her husband travels for work all the time, so we look out for each other. I couldn't help but note that there'd been no mention of Josie back when Diana had been pressuring me to move here. But it was fine. Great. Back up. Less to worry about. Time to get moving. It's crochet club again tomorrow night, in case you'd like to come. I gave her a look. That's a nope. See you tomorrow, then, she said. Then she winked her good eye at me and said, have fun. I arrived a half hour early and waited in my truck until it was time to go in, not wanting to look overeager. At 5:45, I grabbed my gear and reported to Captain Murphy's office. I'd never walked into a firehouse cold like this before. Every job I'd had, I'd eased into. I'd known some guys who worked there, or I'd been encouraged to join by someone on the crew. It's one thing to be invited somewhere, but it's quite another to just show up. My stomach felt tight. This was the moment of truth. This was the moment when I'd find out exactly how much I'd given up by moving here and if I could ever get it back. As strange as it sounds, friends, apartments, and even cities were all replaceable. But this particular job held something for me that I couldn't find anywhere else. It gave me access to my favorite part of myself. That calm, centered person who knew exactly what to do. I'd endure anything to get back to her. Failure was not an option. Maybe they didn't want me here. Maybe they'd resent everything about me. It didn't matter. I needed to secure my place here, however I could. If I lost this, I lost the one part of myself I couldn't do without. I'd Googled Captain Murphy already, of course, because I'd Googled them all, and I knew him by sight. Mid-50s, stocky, ruddy from a life spent outside and sporting a spectacular walrus mustache that made him look more like a cartoon of a fireman than a real one. Captain Murphy did not seem to be expecting me. Yes. I'm Cassie Hanwell, I said, and when I didn't see any recognition, I added, here for C shift. Then came the nod. Got it, he said. The rookie beat you. And he brought donuts. Had it been a race? I'm 15 minutes early, I said. Our battalion chief always says if you're 15 minutes early, you're half an hour late. I frowned. But I said, yes, sir. Don't be late again. I couldn't tell if he was joking. He tilted his head back and angled his coffee mug above his mouth so that the dregs ran out in a trickle. Then he clapped the mug back on the desk, scooted his chair back with a honk, and said, "Follow me." I followed him out the door and down the hallway into another office. He grabbed the PA system MIC and flipped it on. "Attention, please. There's a stripper at the kitchen table. Repeat, stripper at the kitchen table." He gave me a little wink and headed back into the hallway. "You do know I'm not a stripper, right?" I asked, following him. He kept walking. "Of course I do." Then he pushed through the swinging doors to the kitchen. "That's just how we call all our meetings." The guys from C Shift were gathering at the table. Some were already reading the sports page or checking their phones, and some were arriving from other parts of the station. I hung back near the kitchen work area. Captain Murphy stood at the head of the table and started talking before everybody was settled. "It's just another C shift today, boys, but it's not just another C shift. Today, while the Patterson brothers are sunning their flabby Irish asses on a Florida beach, we welcome not one but two new members to the finest crew on the finest shift in all the departments of the great state of Massachusetts." The guys cheered. I'd studied them all, the same way I'd studied the territory. I'd learned all their names beforehand: Jerry Murphy, Joe Sullivan, Drew Benuretto, Tom McElroy, Anthony DeStagio. Add me and the rookie, and that was the whole crew, though we were too new to be up on the website. I scanned the group and matched the photos I'd seen with their real-life faces. Quite the contrast from my shift back home, which had been almost universally young, fit, clean-cut, calendar guys. There were 7 of us on this shift, and, with maybe 2 exceptions, nobody fit that description. Even the guys who weren't middle-aged kind of looked middle-aged. All scrawny and grizzled, with a grey, northeastern paleness to them. Down in Texas, everybody had been robust and tan. Here, they looked like ashtrays. And one, McElroy, was fat. Much fatter than in his photo. Genuinely fat. Heart attack fat. Nobody in the room looked anything like a rookie. Captain Murphy went on. Some of you might be wishing we didn't have to break in 2 newbies at once, but I'm here to tell you it'll be worth it. These are impressive new recruits, and that's no lie. The first one rose through the ranks of the Austin FD down in Texas like some kind of a comet before moving to our neck of the woods for family reasons. But we'll save the best for last. First, I want you to meet our new rookie, a 4th-generation Massachusetts firefighter. Some of you may know his father, Big Robbie Callahan out of Ladder 12 in Boston. This kid's fresh out of the academy, and now it's our job to make him a man. Captain Murphy paused a second to look around the room. He frowned a little. Guys, where's the rookie? The guy I recognized as Benedetto cleared his throat. He might be duct taped to the basketball pole, Captain. Already? The captain shook his head. Sullivan. DeStagio. Go cut him loose. He's missing his own introduction. 2 guys stood and headed for the bay doors. I recognized Sullivan from his picture, but he was much bigger, at least 6'4" than you could tell from the website. The other, DeStagio, was much smaller. The captain watched them a second. Look at that, he said to the group, like it was a profound life lesson. The Irish and the Italians working together. Who says we can't overcome our differences in this country? Again, I couldn't tell if he was joking. But I didn't have long to wonder, because a second later, the bay doors burst back open and the 2 came jogging back in this time, carrying a sideways body. The rookie. He was sopping wet clearly. They'd turned the hose on him and his ankles and wrists were duct taped together, hands behind his back. Sullivan and DeStagio smiled as they laid him face down on the dining table. Not sanitary, one of the guys called out, as the rest broke into applause. DeStagio pulled out a utility knife and approached the rookie. I should mention that when firefighters work, they work hard, and when they play just as hard. Firehouses are full of guys with too much energy who are stressed out adrenaline junkies haunted by plenty of tragedy. Goofing around is nothing short of a survival skill. Everyone in the room knew that the soaking wet rookie was just the fun new firehouse toy, but I had a very strange half a second when I caught sight of DeStagio's face as he moved toward the rookie with that knife, and I realized he wasn't laughing. He was the only person in the room who wasn't. Even I, not yet technically in on the prank, was smiling a little. But not this guy DeStagio. I felt a flash of alarm as he leaned in toward the rookie with that knife, like he might have some kind of psychotic break and just gut him like a fish in front of all of us. But that's not what happened. Instead, DeStagio cut the duct tape at the rookie's boots to free his legs, then cut the tape at his wrists. The rookie flipped himself around to sit up on the table. And then something truly, unspeakably horrible happened, far worse than anything DeStagio could have done with that knife. The rookie lifted his head. He shook out his wet hair like a dog after a bath, and then he gave the rest of the guys a big, goofy grin, just as I froze in place at the sight of his face. His stunning, heartbreakingly appealing face. Oh, no, I thought. No, no, no. Because the second I saw him laughing, breathing hard, muscles still tense under his wet shirt, and saw his affable, all-American, Norman Rockwell-esque smile, I had all the symptoms of a heart attack. I stood there, in a room full of EMTs, silently diagnosing myself with a possible myocardial infarction. It was comforting, in a way, to know that I was standing in a whole room of guys who could save my life if need be. But then the rookie met my eyes and smiled at me, and I had to admit to myself that it wasn't a coronary. It was worse. It was the rookie himself. I was having a reaction to the rookie. A romantic reaction. The dumb kind. A full-body reaction, too. Like someone had lit a 4th of July sparkler inside my chest. It was so terrible. So humiliating. So girly. That kind of thing never happened to me. Not ever. It's worth mentioning that he wasn't a calendar firefighter. He wouldn't have stopped traffic or anything. He was just a normal guy. There was no reason at all that the sight of him should have hit me like that. But it did. I couldn't turn my eyes away, which was okay, because everybody else was watching him, too. He climbed off the table and stood next to the captain, dripping. Then he took a few bows. Get a grip, I thought. Pull it together. I'd seen 1,000 firefighters in my life. Tough ones, handsome ones, ripped ones. Hot firefighters were a dime a dozen. Heck, I'd spent 3 years working shoulder to shoulder with calendar cover guy Hernandez. I'd built up a solid immunity, and the rookie should have been no different. What was it? The straight nose. The square jaw. The friendly curve of those eyebrows. What was I seeing in that face that was reverberating through my eyeballs, into my brain, and off to every corner of my body? Maybe it was his teeth. They were so, I don't know, so straight. Good God. What was happening to me? Guys, meet the rookie, Captain Murphy said, and the guys all shouted hellos and welcomes. He's a homegrown real deal from a long line of brave heroes. Not helping. Time slowed down as I watched the rookie meeting all the guys one by one, stepping forward and reaching out with his wet, muscled forearm to shake hands over and over. Smiling at everyone with those heartbreaking teeth, including whoever had just duct-taped him to the basketball pole and turned the hose on him, with the most agonizingly good-natured crinkles at the edges of his eyes. It goes without saying, but this was not good. Not good doesn't even scratch the surface, in fact. Firefighters don't fill sparklers for other firefighters, not if they want to keep their jobs. Don't panic, I told myself. It's physical. He'll turn out to be dumb, or rude, or narcissistic, or overly fond of fart jokes, and all this weirdness will dissipate. You'll be fine. I'd better be. Because there's no attraction in a firehouse. There's no longing. There are no goo-goo eyes, or savoring glances, or secret trysts. Firehouses are temples to heroic masculinity, and ladyish things like heart sparklers are the absolute antithesis of everything they stand for, because there is absolutely nothing girlier than falling in love. As I'd just explained, with many eye rolls, to my mother. In fact, one of the reasons I'd always considered myself uniquely qualified to be a female working in a firehouse was that whether by luck or design I had always been totally immune to all that nonsense. Until right now. Because on the very first morning of the very first day of the rest of my firefighting life, the very moment I needed that immunity more than I had ever needed it before, I lost it. 9. That's when Tiki Captain started introducing our other newbie. Me. That's also when I started to wonder if anybody had mentioned to the crew yet that the other new guy was a girl. Later, I would reflect back on the captain's pronouns as he introduced me. Did he ever actually use the word she? Maybe not, after all. Because when he finished describing the new member of the crew to the team, everybody looked around the room. And kept looking. Like I wasn't even there. I mean, there I was, a total stranger in their kitchen, wearing department-issue dickies and an unmistakable FD uniform shirt. I walked over and stood next to the captain, for Pete's sake. I was the only unaccounted for person in the room. There was no one else it could possibly have been. But their eyes swept past me more than once as the room murmured in confusion. Was this really possible? Could what you expected to see alter so much what you actually saw? Finally, somebody said, "Check the basketball pole." That's when the captain, who seemed to be enjoying how flummoxed they all were, finally decided to clear things up. "Friends," he said, sweeping his arm in my direction, "meet the new guy." The room fell silent. "We thought she was a student," one guy said. "We thought she was the stripper," another guy corrected. "Sorry to disappoint you," Captain Murphy said, meeting my eyes. "New guy, meet the crew." Next, the introductions. The captain pointed at the most calendar-like guy in the room. "The ladies' man right here with the six-pack is Drew Benedetto." "You're too pretty to be a fireman," Benedetto said to me. I gave him a look. "Right back at ya, pal." The crew chuckled at that, and the captain added, "We call him Six-Pack." Six-Pack lifted his shirt to show us his abs, and a couple of guys threw things at him: a paper cup, a Nerf football, a set of keys. The captain went on. "The plump dumpling next to him is Tom McElroy. We call him Case." "Course Drew's got a six-pack," one guy called out. The rest joined in, "And Tom's got a case." McElroy smiled and slapped his round belly. "Tight as a drum," he said to me. "Not sure that's a good thing," I said. Case took a step closer to me. "Punch it." I shook my head. "You really don't want me to do that?" The captain kept moving, now pointing at Sullivan. "This is Sullivan, our engine operator. Stand up, Sullivan." Sullivan stood up. I revised my earlier guess. He was 6'5", at least. Maybe 6'6". "What do you think we call this guy?" the captain asked me. It was a challenge to see if I could think like a firefighter. "It's either Shorty or Tiny," I guessed. All the guys burst out with laughs and shouts. "She got it." Tiny took a bow. The captain gave me a nod of respect and went on with the introductions. "The cranky one with back trouble is Destasio. I'll give you $1,000 if you can ever make him smile. Whatever you do, don't park in his space. He's taking over cooking duties in the wake of the Patterson brothers' departure. He can make a total of 3 different meals, and they're all burned." Destasio didn't say hello. In a voice of pure dismay, he asked the captain, "Why is the new guy a girl?" The captain nodded, like, "Good question. I thought you guys could use a little surprise. Plus, she's a hotshot medic." And we were desperate. Then Six-Pack said, "I for one am all for it. I'm tired of looking at you ugly bastards." Another cheer of rowdy laughter and protest. The captain put his hands out to settle them down. "Now, I know what you guys are all thinking about women." Here he paused, seeming to think about women himself for a minute. "But this is who the chief hired, and you can be men about it or you can whine like little." He caught himself, glanced over at me. "Puppies," he continued. Case piped up again. "But where is she going to sleep? Where's she going to crap?" Tiny said. "We don't even have a ladies' room." "Where is she going to put her lady products?" Destasio demanded, and the whole room moaned in disgust like there was nothing on earth that could be grosser than that. As if these guys hadn't seen every unspeakably nasty thing in the world. As if they hadn't literally walked over slimy dead bodies and charred human remains. As if any of them could be shocked by a tampon. But I was actually wondering those same questions myself. In Austin, our firehouse had been pretty close to brand new out in a newer suburb, with plenty of natural light and gender-neutral accommodations, and even flexible sleeping areas for different groupings of men and women on different shifts. This firehouse, in contrast, was at least 100 years old and had not, shall we say, been built with a progressive eye toward gender politics. There's only one shitter, Tiny called out, and it's mine, all mine. No ladies in the poop zone. Case chimed in. Where is she going to sleep? D'Estasio asked. The captain had a ready answer. I asked the chief the same question. The guys up top said to put her in the supply closet. I squinted at him. Was he kidding? I'm not kidding, he said. When you take the shelving out, there's room there for a bed. He gave me a wink. We'll paint it pink for you, sweetheart, so you'll feel right at home. I gave him a look. Unless, he went on, you want to sleep with all the guys. You can sleep with me, baby, Six-Pack called out, and they all laughed. In truth, I wasn't sure. I didn't love the idea of the supply closet, away from the group, but whether sleeping in a big room with these guys would help or hinder our sense of camaraderie was going to depend very much on the guys. What's it going to be? The captain asked. I shrugged. Whichever room has the least number of farts, I said. A burst of laughter. Don't sleep near Tiny, then, somebody shouted. If she takes the supply closet, Case asked, where will we keep the supplies? Are you talking about a certain stack of supplies that we keep on the bottom shelf? The captain asked. A certain stack of supplies that's been handed down from crew to crew for decades. Six-Pack added. I'm talking about the supplies that Case glanced at me now, wanting to make his meaning clear to the others but not to me. Some of the guys in the house spend time with when they are feeling. He looked at me again. Words seemed to fail him. Restless. Tiny offered. Captain Murphy tried to take the high road. We will find new storage spots for all supplies. Don't worry, Case. Your pawn is safe. Six-Pack burst out with a laugh. 'Cause that's the only exercise Case gets. A couple of guys reached out to pat Case on the shoulder. Okay, rookies, the captain said, turning to the rookie and me. I raised my hand. I'm not a rookie. Noted, the captain said, and then began again. Okay, rookie and newbie, let me tell you a little bit about Station 2. We play hard, but we work harder. I'll joke around like anybody else, but when I give an order, you don't think about it, you don't question it, you follow it. Lives depend on our chain of command, and the one thing I will not tolerate is insubordination. The rookie and I nodded in unison. I expect everybody on our crew to pull their weight and do their share. There's no complaining here. You do your job, and you're grateful for the opportunity. And you stay in shape. How you do that is up to you, but twice a year, we run the obstacle course out back in a crew competition. Even Case, he said, with a glance at the fat guy. We're going to tease you and prank you and bust your balls, the captain went on. Don't worry about it. Worry if we don't prank you. Otherwise, no matter how mean we are, just know we're glad you're here. He looked at me. Even the lady. Captain Harris had been right. Not much of a filter. Next, the captain turned to the crew. I know what you're all probably thinking, he said. You're thinking having a girl here is going to kill all the fun. We won't be able to play the way we like to, or relax the way we like to, or joke the way we like to. You're thinking she's going to have no sense of humor and get offended at everything. She won't let us curse. She'll be weak and terrible. It'll feel like having your mom around all the time, nagging you to pick up your underwear. I get it. In 120 years, our stations never needed a woman for anything. Not to do with the job, anyway. But things change, boys. He jabbed his thumb in my direction. This one's supposed to be very good, for a girl. Her chief said she was a rising star down there in Texas, and not just because promoting a female looked good on paper. Her captain said she was actually good. Destasio asked, like it was impossible. Murphy shrugged like he was just as baffled as the next guy. That's what she said. She? Tiny called out. Her captain was also a woman? Case demanded, like, what next? The whole room broke out in speculation and questioning. Was a woman captain even qualified to judge a woman firefighter? Was it possible she'd lied about me to help me get this job? Could we ever take her assessment as anything other than affirmative action for females? Unanswerable questions, all. But I had an answer for them. Looking back, maybe it wasn't the best idea. My plan had been to lay low at the beginning and get my bearings, to be strategic about how I presented myself. Maybe if the outrage over my non-maleness had dissipated in some reasonable amount of time, I would have let it go. But it didn't. If anything, it fed on itself like a runaway structure fire. And I didn't have the patience to let it burn itself out. I guess you can only watch people willfully underestimate you for so long. Finally, I shouted, loud enough to halt all conversation, "How many pull-ups do you think I can do?" They all turned to stare at me. 3, Tiny guessed, after a minute. 2, Captain Murphy said. Women can't do pull-ups, Case announced, like I'd tried to pull a fast one. $50, I said then, says I can do at least 7. Wallet started hitting the table. I should note, the only one who didn't bet against me was the rookie. They walked me out back to the course, which turned out to be a militarized obstacle course, complete with poles, hurdles, monkey bars, ropes, and a 10-foot climbing wall. We stopped under a pull-up bar, and the guys gathered around. Here's a problem I didn't anticipate: this pull-up bar was high. Built for 6-foot guys. Standing under it at 5'5", it was pretty clear that I couldn't reach. As I waited for the snickers and offers to spot me to die down, I felt a creeping sensation that this idea was going to backfire. Had I just invited them all out there to watch me jump like a munchkin for a bar I'd never catch? Had I just gotten everyone's attention only to humiliate myself? I stared up at the bar. I waited so long that a few of the guys started to walk back toward the station. "Wait," I said. I wrapped my arms around one of the poles that held the crossbar, and I climbed. At the top, I grabbed the bar and swung out. A few splinters, but worth it. There was a murmur of appreciation that I'd solved it. I grasped the bar with my fists, hung there for a second, and then, very deliberately, when I had everyone's attention, took one hand off the bar, lowered it, and planted it on my hip. The whole group went silent. I began. As I lifted myself up, one-armed, I crossed my ankles and held myself in tight form. With each pull, I exhaled with a sharp sh and then inhaled as I let myself down. I could usually do 7, but I knew that today adrenaline would give me a little boost. 8 one-hand pull-ups in quick succession. And then an extra one for luck. At the end, I dropped down and landed in a crouch. Then I stood and took a minute to walk off the burn in my shoulder. When I turned around, no one had moved. The guys were just staring at me, mouths open. Then they broke into applause. And started handing me money. Which felt like a pretty good start to the day. 10. That night, in my cot in the storage room, it took me a long time to fall asleep. New place. New sounds. Lumpy cot. Sleeping wasn't my greatest skill in the first place. Plus, there was a weird bug on the ceiling I had to keep an eye on. I finally dozed off, only to be woken seconds later by a loud stampede of firefighters whooping and hollering and bursting through the storage closet door. I should have expected them. I did expect them. But they scared the hell out of me anyway. In response, I shouted and launched up into a jiu-jitsu crouch on top of my mattress. The first face I saw was Case, who had been trundling toward me gleefully, but as soon as he saw me flip up into self-defense mode, he froze and put his hands up. They all froze, actually. I must have forgotten to mention I'd had a second job as a self-defense instructor. In the still of that moment, as we all stared at each other, I got why they were there, of course. They were hazing me. I looked at their shocked faces. They'd clearly assumed it would be easier than this. "Are you guys here to haze me?" I asked, lowering my arms. Tiny gave a little shrug. "We're supposed to duct tape you to the basketball pole." I nodded and relaxed out of my crouch. "Fair enough. Okay, then." Tiny didn't step forward, so I waved him toward me. "Let's get it over with," I said. He gave a little shrug and stepped closer, and I bent over his shoulder so he could carry me out the door, down through the engine bay, and out back to the parking lot. Along the ride, I realized that they'd grabbed the rookie, too. Next thing I knew, they had pressed us together, standing back to back against the basketball pole, running a roll of duct tape around us to keep us there. It was late summer and starting to get chilly. I'd been sleeping in a t-shirt and boy shorts style underwear. I felt glad in that moment that I always slept in my sports bra when I was on shift. I'd caught a glimpse of the rookie on the way down and I felt pretty sure he wasn't wearing much of anything at all. Please, God, I thought. Don't let him be naked. We stood obediently as the crew duct taped us from shoulders to hips, accepting our fate with as much dignity as possible, waiting for the guys to go back inside. The guys knew their way around a roll of duct tape, I'll give them that. After they left, we were quiet for a good while. I could hear the rookie breathing. At one point, he coughed, and his elbow grazed mine. "I'm spending a lot of time with this pole," he said then. "At least they didn't turn the hose on us," I said. "That is lucky." "You knew they'd have to haze us." "Sure," the rookie said. "Of course. It's part of the fun," I said, starting to shiver. "You bet," he agreed. "Rookie," I started, but that was as far as I got. "You can call me by my name, if you like." He hadn't been on the crew list I'd studied. I didn't remember his name. "I think I'll stick with Rookie." "Okay." I asked, "What temperature would you guess it is?" 60, he guessed. 6 to 5? Kind of on the chilly side. For sure. What's your clothing situation? Just, he hesitated. Just, boxer briefs. So. Not naked. Relief. But still pretty close. I tried not to picture him in his boxer briefs, but my mind seemed bent on conjuring the image. He wasn't a real firefighter yet, but he sure did look like one. An image of him with his sandy blonde hair falling over his forehead, longer in the front, shorter in the back, just drew itself in my mind, despite every protest. In some ways, even as a total beginner, he fit in better than I did. Everything about his tall, broad, earnest demeanor shouted helper. He looked the part. He'd grown up in this culture. He was so male. Even his Boston accent, Marquette, Garden, disappear, was right out of central casting. Not cool. And now my mind was drawing him shirtless. Not even a t-shirt? I asked, hoping to be wrong. Nope, he said, awfully cheerful for a person who must have been covered in goosebumps. But at home I sleep naked, so the underpants feel like a LOT. Perfect. Now an image of him asleep in his bed at home, naked, curled up in his sheets, popped into my head. I squeezed my eyes closed to blot it out. What color would those sheets be anyway? I found myself wondering. White? Heather gray? Maybe like a faded blue chambray? Just then, An upstairs window slammed open and the guys held a blanket down toward us, though it landed a good 2 feet away. We both stood staring at the blanket. "What do you think the chances are," the rookie asked, "that the guys'll come down and move it a little closer?" "Non-existent," I said. "So near, and yet so far." "I think we should work our way down to a sitting position," I said, after a while. I could feel his shoulders shrug. "Okay," he said, and I felt him bend his knees. I bent mine, too. Our shoulders pressed and rubbed against each other as we worked our way down the pole, finally getting seated on the concrete down at the base. The cold concrete. "Are you cold?" I asked when we were settled. Somebody was shivering. I just wasn't sure which one of us it was. "Just my butt," he said. "I think I can reach the blanket," I said, stretching my leg out sideways. I managed to pinch it with my toes. "You are amazing," the rookie said, as I pulled it closer. What we were going to do with the blanket, I didn't know, since our arms were duct-taped at our sides. I pushed it toward the rookie until he was able to grab a corner of it with his fingers. "Don't you want it?" he asked. "You take it," I said. "But you're the girl." "But you're the person in nothing but underwear." "I'm serious," he said. "I'm serious," I said. "You're way more naked than I am." In the silence that followed, I wondered if I could have phrased it better. Then the rookie had a bizarre question. "Are you wearing a shirt?" he asked. "What? Like, a t-shirt?" "What kind of a question is that?" "Because I'm not." So they duct taped me right to my skin. That's going to be a bitch to take off. "But I'm thinking you're probably wearing a shirt of some kind. And maybe the tape is just on your shirt. Which means you might have a better chance at wriggling." "At wriggling? There's no way we're escaping. If there's one thing these guys know, it's duct tape." "But you might be able to work your way around to the pole to get closer to me." A beat. "Why would I want to do that?" "For warmth," the rookie said. "Are you seriously proposing that we snuggle?" I could almost see his frown. I wasn't going to call it that. "On our first night here. Do you realize we would never live that down? Do you have any idea how much crap those guys would give us if they came down in the morning and found us snuggled together?" It hadn't occurred to him. I was just trying to think of ways to keep warm. "I'd rather freeze to death," I said. "And trust me, so would you." When I was quiet for a minute, he said, "So, you're saying no?" "Let me put it to you this way, rookie," I said. "Is there anybody else on this shift that you would offer to do that with?" Would you snuggle with Tiny? Or the captain? Or up against Case's big belly?" Now he was smiling, I could hear it in his voice. "You might be the only one I'd enjoy doing it with." Exactly. That's your answer, right there. What is? If you wouldn't do it with Destasio, you can't do it with me. Fair enough. Good tip. Just pretend I'm a gross old dude. I will do my best. I closed my eyes and leaned my head back against the metal pole. A dog barked. A car honked. We sat in silence for a while, biding our time and doing exactly what I hated doing most, sitting still. Alone with my thoughts was my least favorite place to be. If I had to be alone, I always had the radio going, or a book to read, or something else to distract me. Here, there were no distractions. I couldn't even fall asleep. I had to just let my own consciousness gather around me like a thickening fog. "Can I share something else with you?" the rookie asked after a while. "Only if you have to." "I kind of need to pee," he said. I shook my head. "Going to be a long night, rookie. It definitely is. The crew came out to free us at 6:30 with blankets and hot coffee, just as the next crew was arriving for shift. I opened my eyes to a delighted crowd of firefighters standing around us, the captain announcing we'd gotten off easy. In my day, he told the crowd, they stripped you down naked, greased you up with Crisco, and taped you to a backboard out in front of the house for all the neighbors to gawk at. They did that to you, Captain? Case asked. Buck naked, the captain confirmed with pride. Except they made a little splint for my Johnson with tongue depressors and sterile gauze. Well, that's a visual you can't unsee, Sixpack said. You're welcome, the captain said, and again I couldn't tell if he was joking. The moment they cut us loose, the rookie sprinted to the bushes to pee. I caught an accidental glimpse of his naked back before I looked away. Too late. Those broad shoulders and that little but in those red boxer briefs were burned permanently into my corneas. I blinked my eyes over and over on the drive home, trying to blot the image from my memory. I left that first shift completely flummoxed. And it wasn't the hazing, or the sleeping in the supply closet, or even the mental visual of the captain's Johnson in a splint made of tongue depressors. It was the rookie. I'd just spent an entire night with the guy, and he hadn't done even one annoying thing. He hadn't farted, or hocked a loogie, or even snored. The worst thing he'd done was try to come up with ways to keep me warm in the cold night air. I already suspected he was easygoing, and then last night he couldn't seem to stop being considerate, and now, as of first thing in the morning, I knew for certain that he had an adorable butt. Disaster. I needed some flaws on this guy, stat. Otherwise seriously I was in trouble. 11. When I got back to Diana's after shift, it was 8 in the morning, and I was exhausted. In many different ways. Diana was having coffee at her kitchen table with a friend, a cute African-American lady with puffy hair, maybe 10 years older than me. Their cups were full, with steam rising, and they both cradled the mugs in their palms, savoring the warmth. They looked up and smiled when I walked in. Diana had changed her patch to a blue and white gingham. Meet my friend Josie, Diana said. She owns the yarn shop next door, and she reviews movies on her blog. I had the weirdest feeling they'd just been talking about me. It's strange to say, but it surprised me for Diana to have a friend. I'd created an idea of her in my head as a lonely old lady, isolated in her house, making pottery all day with her eye patch on. Like, if I'd been mad at her for 10 years, the rest of the world must have been, too. I lifted my hand. Hello. But Josie was already plunking her coffee down on the table and scooting back her chair and launching into an excited jog, almost a prance, to come over to me. She held her arms out and up, and her whole face was a smile. OMG, she said. It's you. Getting a good look at her, I suddenly wondered if she might be a little bit pregnant. Just a hunch. I had a knack for spotting pregnant people. Though, if she was, it was only barely. I didn't ask. Then she was hugging me tight, and with no hesitation, the way you'd hug a dear friend, even though we'd never met before. I wasn't a fan of hugging, but I held still and endured it, anyway. She let go but kept smiling at me. Sorry, she said. I'm a hugger. You're good at it, I said. I can see why. Then she hugged me again. I didn't protest even mentally. Who could resist all that enthusiasm and warmth? Plus I loved her style. She had a polka dot bandana and blouse with a Peter Pan collar. Big, bangly bracelets, too. She was, in a word, adorable. I love your shirt, I said. Her smile got bigger. I made it, she said. You made it? I said. I wasn't sure I'd ever seen a piece of homemade clothing. She's very crafty, Diana said from the table. Josie was still standing very close to me. On impulse, she grabbed my hands and squeezed them. "I'm just so happy to meet you," she said. It was off-putting in a way. Growing up with my dad, who was not exactly a talker, life was pretty quiet. We each spoke mostly when spoken to, in a kind of negative feedback loop. He was not a person you'd describe as effusive, unless he was watching sports. In everyday conversation, a minimalist, for sure. Maybe I'd absorbed too much of his reserve, without ever intending to. But I already liked Josie. "Josie's heard a lot about you," Diana said, taking a sip of her coffee. I looked at Josie. "That's worrying." "We're in crochet club together," Diana said, "so, as you can imagine, we chatter a lot." Nope. I could not imagine a crochet club. "We're actually the only two people in the crochet club," Josie added. "Co-founders and co-presidents," Diana chimed in. "Unless you'd like to join," Josie offered. "No, thanks," I said. Diana went on. "I've told her about the time you yanked out your tooth on the playground at school and tried to sell it to another kid in your class." Oh God. I'd forgotten that. "So resourceful," Josie said. "And the time you got lost at the zoo and we found you, an hour later, all the way on the other side, at the lion cages. Perfectly happy. No sense at all that we'd shut down the entire zoo to look for you." I'd forgotten that, too. "Adventurous," Josie added. "And the time you found that plant with the green berries in the backyard and ate a whole stalk's worth and then very proudly came inside and announced, 'Mama, I ate your piece.'" They looked at each other like they could barely stand the cuteness. "Had to call poison control for that one," Diana said. "Your mom's very excited you're here," Josie said in a pretend whisper. "It is exciting," I said, not sure if I sounded sarcastic. "Come join us. Tell us all about your first shift," Diana said then, pulling out the chair next to her. "Can't," I said, too fast. "I'm beyond tired. They kept us up all night." All of which was true. But that wasn't why I wouldn't stay. I wouldn't stay because I needed to keep my life in order. Ever since that night at the banquet, I'd been off kilter. It was as if seeing Heath Thompson again had cracked some load-bearing wall in my sanity, and now everything I did had to be about shoring it back up. Moving here hadn't helped, either. Starting over with a new crew, having that weird reaction to the rookie, none of it was helping. I needed the things I always needed. Running. Working out. Organizing a schedule for my time. Arranging my life so that it was sensible and ordered. I needed quiet, restorative time alone. I did not need to lounge around in this kitchen with two women I barely knew, cooing over stories about how cute I'd been as a child. I did not need to create emotional bonds that could tug at me. I needed fewer variables, not more. I needed to be alone. Up in the attic, I forced myself to shower, even though the only thing I wanted to do was flop down on the bed. Then I put on pajamas and climbed between the velvety white sheets. Diana had good taste in linens. I'd give her that. But then I couldn't sleep. Too much to process, I guess. As far as I could tell, I had 3 major problems to solve before I could make a life for myself here. 1. The station was in terrible shape. Really terrible. Life-threateningly terrible. I had suspected that the Lillian station would be different from what I'd known in Austin, but I'd had no idea. Instead of a spacious, ultramodern concrete and chrome building, the Lillian station was 100+ years old and brick. Instead of a plate of fresh-baked vegan brownies, the kitchen table had a box of Twinkies. Instead of stainless gear racks, this place had wooden pegs. No central air, just window units wedged in with foam. No ergonomic IKEA furniture, just sweat-stained Lars Ed boys lined up in front of the TV. No solar panels on the roof, no organic garden out back, no compost heap. No vent, even, for the diesel fumes from the engine below. The radios looked at least 10 years old, and the light fixtures looked even older. Even the updated ones were fluorescent instead of LED. The kitchen was 1970s orange formica and stained walnut cabinets. It gave me the girliest urge to redecorate. Even the supplies were different. I'd been shocked to see that there were no infrared cameras. Also, no cyanide antidote kit, which was shocking given how much modern stuff from furniture to carpet released hydrogen cyanide when it burned. So, not just different, but dangerous. When I'd asked if we had a cyanide antidote, Captain Murphy had burst out laughing. "Is that a no?" I asked. The captain was still laughing as he shook his head. "Those are $2,000 a pop." $2,000 or not, we needed them. It was a real concern. There were all kinds of ways to get cyanide poisoning, from running out of air in your tank to having a bad seal on your mask. Breathing that stuff would kill you. Having an antidote was a no-brainer. In Austin, we'd had 3. "We should have at least one," I said. "Find me $2,000, and we'll get one," the captain said, like he'd asked me to find him a pot of leprechaun gold. It wasn't an unreasonable request. "It's crazy we don't have one," I said. "It's crazy we don't have a lot of things," the captain said. "Like radios that work." If I'd been taking a sip of something, I would have done a spit take. Our radios don't work. Some days are better than others. Then he shrugged. Built by the lowest bidder. Here was the upside. The captain was joking when he told me to find him $2,000, but I could actually do that. I'd written a bunch of grant proposals for our firehouse in Austin. I'd gotten us a snazzy new gear drying rack, a top-of-the-line exhaust removal system for the engine bays, and a community relations grant to landscape our side yard and install picnic tables made of recycled plastic. And this station, all due respect, could use a few picnic tables. To say the least. I'm not saying I wanted to go crazy. I knew better than to march in as a newbie with flower vases and throw pillows. But working radios, cyanide kits, those things weren't frivolous, they were essential. I found myself Googling firefighter grants on my phone instead of sleeping, for my own safety, if nothing else. But I also started wondering if raising money for the station might be my way of creating a place for myself there. If I could help them get things they needed, maybe that would raise my value. Off the top of my head, I could list 100 things this station could use: a fresh coat of paint, new self-contained breathing apparatuses, air masks with radios embedded instead of handheld radios, new mattresses, central air, a motorized hose wheel or 2, new lockers, a new washer extractor for bunker gear, and a new hydraulic cutter or several. It was a good start. The second problem keeping me awake was the course out back. It really was too tall for me. Half the structures there were going to be hard for me to reach and the other half were going to be impossible. It was set up with 2 identical runs side by side, and guys had told me they didn't just do the course twice a year, they held massive high-stakes competitions, with full bragging rights going to the winner and the opposite, I supposed, going to the loser. I knew one thing for sure. I needed to figure out how to ace that course. Not losing, at the very least, but I wouldn't say no to winning. But I couldn't just grow taller. I was going to have to get creative. I started thinking about something the guys used to do back in Austin called Park Hour. It was a way of running, leaping, climbing, and vaulting through the city as if it were a giant playground. They used to watch videos on techniques around the table in the kitchen. I Googled it on my phone, and sure enough there were hundreds of videos breaking down techniques. Like, you really can run up the side of a wall, if you know the right angle to approach and then how to tilt your body. And if you've got three surfaces at right angles and you do it right, you can use momentum and positioning to just leapfrog up to a second story. Watching the videos was mesmerizing, and I stayed awake far too long, watching one clip after another of people doing impossible things with ease and then showing everybody else how to do them, too. I could stand to learn a few impossible things. A new hobby. Not exactly crochet, but it would have to do. For a morning spent lying in bed, it was remarkably productive. A way to make myself useful to the crew. Check. A way to conquer the course. Check. Then there was my third problem. Which was, of course, the rookie. And as for the rookie, I closed my tired eyes. Maybe that answer couldn't be found on Google. Maybe I'd just have to figure that answer out for myself. 12. Settling in AT the station was both easier and harder than I'd expected. Over the next few shifts, I noticed a few important things about the crew. 1. They insisted on treating me like a lady. Sort of. To the extent that they could remember to. In a way, this was a good thing. It wasn't the blistering hatred that Captain Harris had led me to expect. It was still a problem, though. They wouldn't curse in front of me, for example. I'd walk into a room just as Tiny was saying, "What the fuck?" and he'd duck his head, guilty, and change it to frick. "You can say fuck, Tiny," I'd say. But then he'd scold me. "Watch your mouth. Stop treating me like a girl. You are a girl." I couldn't shift anyone's thinking. Curse words were not for females. Same for bawdy conversations, bodily functions, and jokes in general. Case wouldn't even say the word fart in front of me. He'd just glance my way and say toot. If I was in the room, they held everything back that wasn't PG. Over and over, I'd walk into the kitchen and watch them all fall silent. "What?" I'd demand. "Not for your ears," Case would say. Scram. I don't think they were actually trying to exclude me, not consciously, anyway. It was a type of chivalry, I think. They were trying to be polite, and possibly respectful. But their idea of what it meant to be female was off, and I couldn't seem to recalibrate it. I was, for example, a huge fan of cursing. The power of it, the rule-breaking shock of it. The year my mother left, I cursed incessantly in front of my dad, in fact. With my dad. And he was too heartbroken and angry and disoriented to stop me. I'd fix him a drink or two, and fix myself one that was virgin, though it wasn't, and we'd sit at the kitchen table eating Pop-Tarts and complaining about everything we could think of. Especially women. "Women," my dad would say scornfully. Preaching to the choir, "Buddy," I'd say, only half joking. Women are the worst. Later, when my dad married Carol, we both had to stop cursing. She didn't like it. If we want to curse, she sent us to the garage. So now, being the reason the guys at the house had to use limp substitutes like frig and heck and dang kind of made me feel like my stepmother. "Guys," I kept trying to tell them, "I like cursing. It's one of my favorite hobbies." But the captain shook his head. Not appropriate. They also kept making the assumption I was weak, which really struck me as odd. Hadn't they all watched me do 9 one-arm pull-ups on the first day? I'd bet $1,000 that Case couldn't even do one pull-up using both arms and a leg. And yet they opened doors for me. They reached things on high shelves. They'd take heavy equipment from me and say, "I've got it." In itself, this wasn't bad. I took it in the spirit it was meant. They were being kind. They were helping. It was more than I'd dared to hope for on my drive up from Texas, when I'd feared they were just going to glare at me all the time. But there was a downside to it, the assumption that I couldn't do those things myself. The guys weren't holding doors for each other, or helping each other carry equipment. If they had to carry the 100-pound roof saw for me, I was the last person they were going to hand it to when it was time to use it. It's easy to fixate on the size difference between men and women, but there are actually plenty of ways that being smaller can benefit you in a fire. You're lighter. You're lower to the ground and more nimble. You can squeeze through spots no big guy can navigate. Remember that Valor Award I got in Austin for rescuing a school bus full of kids. That bus had slid off an icy road into a ravine and crumpled like an accordion. I'd been the only one small enough to wedge myself in. I was the one who pried all those kids out because I was the only one who could fit. We all have our different upsides. But that's not how the guys saw it. I didn't want to reject the kindness when one of the guys tried to carry the hose for me, but I did want to reject the notion that I couldn't do it myself. I finally settled on a phrase for every time one of the guys started to do something for me. "I've got it," I started saying. Keeps me strong. Half the time, they'd do it anyway. It was kindly meant. And limiting. Both. The other thing the guys kept insisting was that women had no sense of humor. Where did this idea come from? Over and over in those early weeks, I'd crack jokes that nobody laughed at. Jokes I knew would have been funny in Austin. I guess it makes sense, in a way. Part of thinking something is funny is expecting it to be funny. So if you've already decided that women aren't funny, then it's a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Firefighters are, on average, very funny people. All the sorrow you absorb in that job makes you funnier. You have to balance out the pain somehow, and joking around is one of the best things about the job. There's so much death in that world, but laughter is life. You need it. It left me thinking a lot about how much what you think you're going to think matters. If you expect something to be funny, it will seem funnier. And if it seems funnier, it is funnier by definition. The only person who laughed at my jokes was the rookie. Of course, he laughed at everything. He was just that kind of guy. Another likable quality that I resented like hell. So that was my life at the new station. No cursing. No comedy. And then there was basketball. In the afternoons, after the dishes were done, and the trucks had been washed, and all the chores were complete, the guys liked to play basketball out back. Shirts versus skins. And they wouldn't let me play. "You'll get hurt," the captain said. "You'll get destroyed," Tiny said. I suspected they all assumed I'd be bad at it. Even though I'd told them that my dad was a high school basketball coach and I'd spent my weekends shooting hoops with him since infancy. Even though I stood on the sidelines and explained loudly that I'd played varsity basketball in high school for 4 years and been the captain of the team. "I am actually really good," I kept saying. But I was only 5'5". And a lady. I finally decided to throw some money at the problem. One afternoon, just as a game was starting up, I planted myself in front of the hoop, held up a fan of cash, and challenged them to a shooting competition. The guys all laughed. That was funny, I guess. I lifted the money higher and waved it at them. "I can crush all of you, if you like, or we can save time. You pick your best guy and I'll just crush him." More laughter. At 6'5", a full foot taller than me, Tiny was a shoo-in. They didn't even have to nominate him. He just stepped toward me, bowed a little as he gestured toward the hoop, and said, "Ladies first." I shook my head. Balls before beauty. Tiny gave me a little smile and walked to the free throw line, which was really just a crack in the pavement. He didn't even have to try. He made the first 10 shots without moving anything but his hand at the wrist, and they swished through the net in perfect arches. The guys counted out loud for him as he went. 11. 12. 13. Finally, at his 15th shot, he pushed just the tiniest bit too hard with his pinky finger and the ball's trajectory shifted off to the left. I knew the minute it left his hand that he was going to miss. And he did. The ball hit the rim and bounced off to the side. The guys all high-fived him, like he was impressive. Tiny lifted his eyebrows at me, like, "Beat that, little girl." Now it was my turn. I took my place at the free throw crack, but before I lifted the ball, I said, "When I beat Tiny, you guys have to let me play." "Safe bet," Six-Pack said. "No one beats Tiny," Case said. "What if you don't beat him?" Six-Pack asked. I shrugged. "I'll take bathroom duty for a month." The guys all high-fived like this was their lucky day. All except the rookie, who had his arms crossed and was studying me like he suspected they were all getting played. "Deal?" I confirmed. "Deal." Of course, I knew I was going to beat Tiny. I'd been raised by a lonely, divorced basketball coach father who had no idea how to talk about his feelings. Shooting hoops in the driveway was our only means of communication. For a while there, my ability to shoot hoops in our driveway was my dad's only reason to live. Possibly mine, too. I was fucking fluent in basketball. I dribbled for a second, which made the guys laugh. Then I lifted the ball on my middle finger and made it spin, Globetrotter style, and watched them stop laughing. Then I started shooting, and I just didn't stop. Perfect arc after perfect arc. 5, 10, 15. After a while, I shifted to using the backboard, aiming it smack in the middle of the faded square every time, and hitting the spot in a satisfying Ka swish, Ka swish, Ka swish. 20. 25. Then I busted out some tricks. I stood on one leg and shot. I shot with my left hand. I kneed the ball in. I headbutted it. I was at 37 with no misses, not even near misses, when the tones went off in the station for a call. I turned around and threw my last shot backwards, and without even waiting to see if it made it, I walked back toward the station. The rookie saw me coming and held the door open. As I closed the gap, he shook his head in admiration. "You're my hero." "Did it go in?" I whispered as I passed. "Nothing but net," he said. I high-fived him without even breaking stride, and I never looked back. Destasio should have ridden with us to the call, but his back was giving him trouble, so the rookie came instead. Firefighters don't talk about pain. They don't admit that things hurt. The most you'll ever hear them admit to is discomfort. Destasio had fallen during a roof collapse and been injured so badly that for a few days it was unclear if he would walk again. But he did walk again, part of his legend. Everybody knew he was in constant pain, but all anybody ever said was that his back was giving him trouble. Basically, Destasio suffered in silence every day, and the crew admired the hell out of him for it. And on bad days, he got a pass and snoozed in the Barca lounger by the big screen TV. The fire call turned out to be for an 8-year-old female, not breathing, which sent us all into extra high gear. We were loaded up in 40 seconds. The rookie and I rode in the back as we ran full lights and sirens, pushing through intersections, veering around parked cars to make it to the scene in under 8 minutes. Fast, but probably not fast enough. Brain damage sets in after 1 minute without oxygen, and it's irreversible at 5. But not breathing could mean more things than you'd think, and with kids especially, you never give up hope until you have to. Kids always break your heart. There's nothing anyone in the service wouldn't do for a kid. One of the first runs I'd ever made in Austin had been for a drowned girl about this same age, and I'd never forgotten her. We'd done CPR on her for 30 minutes all the way from the scene to the hospital without even thinking of giving up. We never got her back, though. With kids, it doesn't matter. You try beyond hope, no matter what. We entered the neighborhood and found the street. School was out for the day by now, and kids just home from school stopped on their front walks to watch us go by. At the location, a tiny grandmother stood in her driveway. She waved her arms like semaphores. I knew even from the street that her eyes would have that look eyes always get when the souls behind them are recoiling into shock. "This way," she said, leading us into the house. We followed, steeped in that sensation of focused attention that accompanies every call. You never habituate to it. You never tire of it. No matter how many calls you go out on. No matter how many unspeakable, hilarious, tragic, ridiculous, heartbreaking, disgusting things you see. That moment of anticipation, as everything in the world disappears except for the one life or death task in front of you, is always exquisitely the same. There's not a name for that feeling. But it's really something. "Over here," the old lady said, turning the corner into a living room. The TV was on too loud. In a recliner up ahead, an old man was fast asleep with a cup of coffee beside him. I frowned. Him? He was geriatric, not pediatric. She didn't break stride, urging us past the chair. No. Behind him, on the floor near the kitchen, lay a pile of bath mats, and on top of the pile, unconscious and unresponsive, was a chihuahua. "Here," the old lady said, the expression on her face urgent. But it didn't compute for me. I was looking for an 8-year-old child. "Where?" "Here," she repeated, gesturing at the dog. The four of us looked down. Brown and white chihuahua. Dead as a doornail. We looked back at the old lady. She gestured at the dog. "My baby," she said, and her voice broke into a genuine sob. 8-year-old female. Six-pack and Case looked at each other, then turned right around to walk back out the front door without a word. Only the rookie and I stayed. My heart, which had clenched in preparation for a child, relaxed. I felt a wash of relief. Compared to the drowned girl, whose wet eyelashes I still saw sometimes when I closed my eyes, a dead chihuahua seemed almost delightful. I took a step back, then let out a long breath that I expected to be a sigh, but it came out instead as a laugh. The old lady's eyes questioned mine, like, "You think my dead dog is funny?" And I tried to make mine say back, "Sorry. Not funny. Just funnier than a dead child." That's when the rookie made attempts at comfort, saying things like, "It was just her time. She's in a better place now." But the old lady's voice flooded with grief. "No," she said. "Please. The job hardens you, there's no question about it. That's the only way to survive. You take in too much. One horror after another soaks through your skin, swells in your lungs, echoes in your ears. You can't think too hard about what it means, or how anybody feels, least of all you. You can't help them if you become them, and the only reason you're there is to help." Of course, my laughing hadn't exactly helped. The job hardens you, but it shouldn't make you cruel. Her baby. So I decided, for my own sake as much as hers, to pretend to try to save her dog. Even though that's not what 911 is for. It was hopeless, of course. I took another look at the dog. Still dead. I knelt down anyway. I opened the medical kit and pulled out the oxygen tank and a flexible pediatric mask, curling it into a cone shape around the pup's snout. The rookie followed my lead, dropping to his knees and starting chest compressions with his fingertips. And that's how we paid. Professional firefighters for the esteemed city of Lillian, Massachusetts wound up doing CPR on a chihuahua. I gave the rookie a look, like, "You are never telling anybody about this." And he gave me a look back, like, "Oh, I am telling everybody about this." The rookie pumped the chest, and I administered the oxygen, and the old lady wiped shaky tears from her cheeks with knobby fingers, watching us like nothing else would ever matter in the world. "I'll give it 3 minutes," I thought. Then I gave it 7. Finally, I sat back and flipped off the oxygen. "I'm sorry," I said, meeting the old lady's eyes. And I was. The rookie and I bowed our heads for a moment of pseudo-respectful silence, and that's when I swear to God that crazy Chihuahua gave a snort as loud as a backfiring car, flipped up onto its pointy little paws, and blinked at us. I gasped and dropped the mask. The rookie jumped back. "Holy shit." "I don't like that language," the old lady said, like a reflex. Then we all stared as the dog bent low and clenched every single abdominal muscle as tight as stone until a pile of dog food-smelling vomit flopped out of her mouth with a splat. Next, she shifted position, and a metal thimble came flying out of her face like it had been launched by a slingshot. It hit the window with a clank and rolled to a stop next to the still sleeping old man. We looked back and forth between the dog and the thimble, which seemed to have a circumference wider than the dog's own throat. Then the dog looked at us for a second, like she couldn't imagine what we were doing there, before peeing on the floor and then trotting off through the doggy door to get on with her day. Next thing I knew, the old lady surprisingly strong had clamped us into a group hug, and my face was in the crook of the rookie's neck, my cheek registering some sandpapery stubble and my brain registering panic over being so close to him. The old lady held us there a minute, snuffling tears of relief and saying, thank you, before grabbing both our hands and leading us to a broom closet in the kitchen. Inside, down on the floor, was a box full of fat, squirmy puppies. "Take some," she said, urging us down toward them. She wanted to give us puppies. "No thank you," I said. "We can't accept." I was going to say gifts, but as I watched the rookie bend right down and pick up and cradle one of those little squirmers in his arms, I finished with puppies. The rookie stood back up to show me, his face bright with good fortune. "Look at these little guys." "Half Chihuahua," the old lady said, "and half poodle." Then she tilted her head to gesture next door. "The neighbors." "A Puwahua," the rookie said, nuzzling his face down into the puppy's fat belly. "Rookie," I said, shaking my head. "No." "Don't you think the station needs a mascot?" "Shut it down, Rookie," I said, as menacingly as I could. But he held the puppy up to me. "Look at that face." That was it. I drew the line at puppies. "I'm out," I said, walking away. When the rookie caught up with me a minute later on the front walk, I did not turn back to look. "Tell me you don't have a puppy in your arms." "I don't have a puppy in my arms," he said from behind me, pleased with his own restraint. "Good, because I've got him in a basket." 13. I developed a strategy for dealing with Diana, one-word answers only. It turned out, I was right all along. She didn't just want me to help her with groceries and stairs. She wanted to hang out. She wanted to be friends. She wanted forgiveness. She claimed she was just glad to have me around, but her actions made it clear that she wanted more. Wherever I was, she'd show up there. If I tried to read a book in the living room, she'd read a magazine in the living room. If I was making a snack in the kitchen, she'd make a pot of tea. If I took a stroll down to the rock jetty, she would coincidentally be in the mood for a stroll of her own. She was companionable. She was low-key. But she failed to comprehend something important: I didn't want to be her friend. Quite the opposite, in fact. In the years after she left, I built my entire life on a foundation of routine and order and low drama. That meant setting schedules and keeping to them. It meant going to the same place and eating the same things and following the same routines over and over. It also meant doing everything in a careful, controlled, regimented way. And that was before I'd even moved here. Now I'd turned everything inside out. I had 10 times more chaos than I could handle. The last thing I needed was to hash out old disappointments with a woman I'd already given up on. I was here to be helpful and pleasant and do my duty. I was not here to play bananagrams, or to learn the art of crochet, or to bare my soul to anybody. But Diana didn't get it. "Answer a question for me," she said one night as I tried to escape after dinner to practice a little park hour. "Busy," I said, at the door. "You're always busy." "Sorry. There's something I need to talk to you about." I just shrugged and gestured toward the road. Working out. The house was so tiny that those nighttime escapes had become a kind of salvation. I'd jog the narrow streets of the jetty and then on into town and around the coast, vaulting, leaping, climbing, and swinging. It did make it feel like the whole town was a playground. Usually, by the time I got home, Diana was fast asleep with her white noise machine running. But on this night, she waited up. When I walked back in, she was perched in the living room like a spider. "Come talk to me for a minute," she said. "I'm not really a big talker," I said. "You used to be." "I used to be a lot of things." I sat down, as requested, but I chose the chair closest to the stairs, and I perched at the edge, ready for my quick getaway. As I sat, she studied me. "I want something from you," she said. I met her eyes. "What?" "I want you to forgive me." Well, that was blunt. We don't always get what we want. "I don't want you to do it for me. I want you to do it for you." I drew in a long breath. "We're not going to be friends, Diana. This isn't about being friends." "Kinda seems like it is." She frowned at me. "I'd like to be your friend, I would. I can't deny it. In addition to loving you, I've always just really, really liked you. So I'm not going to pretend like I feel the same way about you that I would about some stranger off the street. But that's not what I mean when I say I want you to forgive me." I waited. "This is about something far more fundamental than that." I waited again, as long as I could, before finally giving in and asking, "What?" "This is about you finally setting down all that anger you carry around with you everywhere you go." She wasn't wrong. I did carry anger around. Maybe not everywhere, but almost. And it was a lot heavier than you'd think. I could have lied then, I guess. Or gone up to bed. Or even fled back out the front door into the night. But I just didn't. Did I want to set down all that anger? Of course I did. I let out a long sigh before saying, "I just don't know how to do that." She leaned a little closer, waiting for more. I'd already started. Might as well finish. "I always kind of thought that forgiveness would come with time," I said. "That the bitterness would slowly fade like a scar until I couldn't even really find it anymore if I looked. But that's not what happened. It didn't fade. It hardened. Other things around it faded, but the memory of the day you left is still as sharp as if it just happened. I can still see your car pulling out of the driveway. I can hear the pop of the tires as they rolled over those seeds from that Chinese tallow tree. I can see the side of your face, absolutely still like a wax figure as I banged on the window. I can feel every emotion I experienced that day in slow motion. If anything, the memories have gotten stronger. Those memories were tied to other memories, of course, and there was no way I was going to share anything more with her. But what I was saying was true enough. I know that forgiveness is healthy. I know the only person you hurt when you hold on to bitterness is yourself. But I literally wouldn't even know how to start. How do you forgive people? How does it even work? These were meant to be rhetorical questions. "You're in luck," Diana said then. "I happen to be kind of an expert on forgiveness." "Who have you had to forgive?" I asked. As far as I could tell, she was far more likely to be the victimizer than the victim. Myself, for starters, she said. And then lots of other people. You don't get to be my age without disappointments. My parents, in some ways. Various friends. Your dad. Dad? I said, please. Dad is perfect. He's hardly perfect. He was good to you. Yes, he was. He was good to you, and you cheated on him. She snapped to attention. I never cheated on your dad. I gave her a look, I know all about it. Is that what he told you? That's what he told Aunt Caroline. I just overheard him. I did not cheat on your father, she declared again. You left him for another man, I said, case closed. Yes. But I didn't cheat. I couldn't help it. I crossed my arms. The semester I came up here as a visiting professor, I was desperately lonely, she said then. I didn't mean to fall in love with Wallace. But I sat by myself every day at lunch. The art teachers were a strangely snobby crew and he started sitting with me every day. He was terribly funny. And charming. He wore these grey cable knit sweaters, and he had the most wonderful gravelly voice. He always smelled like gingerbread. I don't know how to describe it. We just had a spark. The more I saw him, the more I wanted to see him. His wife had left him not too long before we met, and we were both just so, alone. He very quickly became the best thing in my life up here. And I'm sorry to say it, because your dad is a really good person, but as much as I did love him, I was never really in love with him. I married him because he was practical and helpful and good, but not because he ever swept me off my feet. I'd never felt that feeling in my life before I met Wallace. I didn't even know it existed. It was like being caught up in a windstorm. But I never slept with him or even kissed him in all that time. We held hands a few times passionately, but that was it. Diana rearranged herself on the sofa and kept going. I don't know if you've ever been in love. I shook my head. But it's a hell of a thing. It's all-consuming. You can't think about anything else. There I was, middle-aged but consumed with fire like a teenager. I didn't just want to be with Wallace, I needed to. I came up with a plan that I would wait until after you left for college. It was only 2 more years. I figured I could hold out that long. But then, on the night I confessed my feelings to Wallace and the plan, he told me that he was sick. Diana closed her eyes for a second. Then she went on. He had a disease I'd never heard of called pulmonary fibrosis, and there was no cure. His lungs were basically shutting down. They thought he had maybe 2 years left. Suddenly, it turned out, we were running out of time. This was new information to me. I knew she'd left us to be with a man named Wallace. And 2 years later, I heard that he had died. But I never knew until this moment that she'd known he was dying when she left. I had an impossible choice to make then, she said, rubbing at some dried glaze on her finger. He'd been dying when she left. It tinted the story a slightly different hue, I'll give it that. But you had to leave on my birthday, I said, my throat feeling thick. My 16th birthday. She nodded. He had a surgery scheduled that Monday morning. He was healthy enough to try a lung transplant at the time, though it didn't ever take the way they'd hoped. I waited until the very last minute, but then, by the afternoon of your birthday, I had to go to make it in time. He was scared and alone. I was scared and alone. It came out like a whisper. But she heard it. She nodded. I thought if I stayed until your birthday, it would be like splitting the difference. I could be with you in the morning, and see you, but then get to him in time to take him to the hospital. My chest felt heavy, like it was sagging. That's become a defining fact about our lives, she said then, that I left on your 16th birthday and it was horrible timing, I admit. But I was trying to stay as long as I possibly could. I want to take you with me, if you remember. I did remember. She'd asked me to come, too. But I couldn't leave my dad and I was so indescribably angry at her for tearing our family apart that I didn't even want to talk to her, much less move across the country. But that didn't mean I wanted her to go. I wanted her to come to her senses and stay with us. Why didn't you just tell me about Wallace being sick? I asked. I hadn't even told your father yet. I didn't know how much he could handle. He cried so hard when I told him, I was afraid he might hurt himself. I thought maybe I could explain better after things settled down. I was making the best decisions I could. I honestly didn't realize when I drove away that day that you'd never speak to me again. I gave her a look like, come on. I'm living in your house. Not sure it's accurate to say I never spoke to you again. She gave a nod, like, fair enough. But I lost you. She wasn't wrong. She had lost me. Now was probably the time to confess to her about the other big event of my 16th birthday. I recognized, as I watched her lift a shaky hand to readjust her eye patch blue and yellow check today, that it wasn't entirely fair of me to let her go on thinking that she alone was responsible for all the misery in her wake. Now was probably the time to give her a real answer to that breezy question about whatever happened to Heath Thompson. But I couldn't. I had never talked about it in my life, to anyone. And up until this moment, I'd believed I never would. Instead, I changed the subject. So, I said, more to fill the silence than anything else. How does forgiveness work? She nodded, like we'd come back to the point. She gave a businesslike sigh and sat up straighter. There are a lot of different methods for chipping away at forgiveness. Just saying the words I forgive you, even to yourself, can be a powerful start. She did not pause to see if I'd say them but kept right on. Forgiveness is about a mindset of letting go. She thought for a second, then said, it's about acknowledging to yourself that someone hurt you, and accepting that. Done, I thought. Then it's about accepting that the person who hurt you is flawed, like all people are, and letting that guide you to a better, more nuanced understanding of what happened. Flawed, I thought. Okay. Check. And then there's a third part, she went on, probably the hardest, that involves trying to look at the aftermath of what happened and find ways that you benefited, not just ways you were harmed. I gave her a look. That last one's a doozy. Agreed. She nodded. The biggest and the best. Are you telling me I need to try to find upsides that came from your leaving? It sounds greedy of me, doesn't it? A little. But that's just the way it works. I'd tell you the same thing if we were talking about anyone else. You know a lot about this. I've had a lot of time to study. Next, she tilted her head. Can you think of any upsides? Can you think of any good things in your life that wouldn't be there if I hadn't left? I let out a long breath. I frowned. I thought about it for a long time as I stared at the floor. Then, at last, I said, I got very, very good at basketball. 14. My strategy for avoiding the rookie was much like my strategy for avoiding Diana. And about as effective. As determined as I was to get away from the rookie, the captain was just as determined to throw us together. We had to sit side by side at meals in the wobbliest 2 chairs. We had to clean the bathroom together, and do the chores nobody else wanted. We had the worst 2 parking spots, the farthest away. For a while, we always got lumped together as newbies. I worked hard to change that. Practically speaking, this meant pulling pranks on the rookie, establishing that I was a pranker, not a prankee. So, hiding his clothes while he was in the shower? Me pouring ice water on him while he was fast asleep. Me filling his shoes with water and putting them in the freezer. Me whatever the guys needed done, I did it. I volunteered. I thought it would separate us. I thought it would distinguish me with the crew. I thought, at the very least, it would annoy the rookie and discourage him from being so nice all the damn time. But it didn't. He was Big Robbie's kid. He'd practically grown up at a firehouse. He knew the honor of being pranked. He laughed every single thing off, and I never saw him look even mildly irritated. Pretend OJ made out of mac and cheese powder. Awesome. Mayonnaise on the toilet seat. Epic. Fake poop in his bed. Hilarious. One morning, I convinced him to pee in a plastic cup and leave it on the captain's desk. You don't want to mess around with drug testing, man, Six-Pack chimed in. We all turned ours in at the start of shift. You don't want him to think you're hiding something, Case added, all casual, from his perch in front of the TV. The rookie looked around at all of us, deeply suspicious. But he took the cup off the table and started to walk out. Don't forget to label it with your name, Six-Pack called after him, and flung a Sharpie at his head. 10 minutes later, the captain came busting into the kitchen. Callahan, he bellowed. The rookie looked up from making a sandwich. Yes, sir? Why is there a goddamned cup of lukewarm piss on my desk with your name on it? The rookie squeezed his eyes closed as we all fell out laughing. He suppressed a smile and then shook his head. I'm sorry, sir. I was told you were collecting urine samples today. And who the hell told you that? The captain demanded. But the rookie didn't rat us out. I can't remember, sir. With the crew, my strategy worked. But with the captain, it backfired. As soon as he stopped thinking of me as a rookie, he started wanting me to deal with the rookie. Which meant he threw us together even more. Especially since, in the wake of my opening a can of whoop-ass on Tiny in b-ball, I now had a new problem. Nobody wanted me to play hoops because I was too good. Ironic. Somehow, in the afternoons, just as any pickup game was starting, the captain would send me off to practice essential skills with the rookie. Which meant the one guy in the world I was desperate to get away from was forced to spend hours every shift putting his hands all over me. Repeatedly. Slowly. For long periods of time. While the guys shot hoops out back, I had to let the rookie check my spine alignment with the pads of his fingers all the way up and all the way down, again and again. I had to let him splint my hands, my ankles, and my knees, and strap me to a backboard and put me in a C-collar, leaning across and brushing against me as he worked the straps. I had to take off my shirt and sit in my sports bra while he practiced placing EKG pads in the right order on my chest. And all the while, the closeness of him would wake up all my senses like static electricity. The mouth-watering scent of his laundry detergent and his general manliness would waft past me in relentless waves. In my real life, I never let anybody touch me. But the station was different. I could and would withstand anything for the job. Even a beautiful man touching my body. It was torture, but not the kind I would have expected. In general, I didn't let people touch me because it stressed me out to be touched. But, for some reason, the rookie had the opposite effect. The more he touched me moving my hair back to check my C-spine, sliding the stethoscope over my chest and back, wrapping my arm with the BP cuff, the more I wanted him to touch me. Weird. Maybe it was the frequency of it. The captain really did make us practice a lot. Maybe we crossed some basic barrier of familiarity I'd never gotten to with anyone else, where I could relax into it. Because, relax I did. At a certain point, all he had to do was pull out the EKG kit and my body started tingling like I was sinking into a hot bath. Full immersion anticipation. It was funny, because I'd done these things with other people in other trainings and it had never, not once, been so, evocative. I guess context really matters. My crazy crush tinged even the most pedestrian interaction, passing in the hallway, eating dinner, practicing a blood draw with electricity. Plus, that was just an effect the rookie had on people. He put everyone at ease. It was so good, it was bad. It was so wonderful, it was terrifying. It was so delicious, it was awful. And it just kept getting better and worse. It stirred up something ancient and powerful inside me, some unfamiliar longing I had no idea how to handle. And I hated things I didn't know how to handle. But how I felt about any of it wasn't relevant. The captain said to teach the rookie everything I knew. I taught him everything I knew. The captain said to spend hours letting the rookie put his hands all over me for the benefit of the fire service. I did it. Chain of command. No questions asked. Whether or not the rookie was turning my body into a symphony of emotion was not relevant. No matter what, I gave it my all. I showed him how to make an eye wash out of a nasal cannula and an N4 bag. I helped him practice his bowline knot and his clove hitch. I taught him to operate the handheld radio with his left hand so he could take notes at the same time. I taught him that if a patient's wearing too much nail polish for the pulse oximeter, you can turn it sideways to get the read. I also taught him not to look into his critical patient's eyes. Pro tip. Why not? He asked. It haunts you, I said, shaking my head a little. It just haunts you. You mean, if they don't survive? Once I've left the hospital, I said then, dead serious, I always tell myself they survive. Other advice, carry extra pens, because once a homeless guy covered in lice has used your pen to sign a waiver, you don't exactly want it back. Never cut open a down coat with your trauma shears unless you want to be covered in feathers for the rest of the shift. And always cut pants off on the outside of the leg. A guy in Austin famously cut a patient's pants off from the inside with a little too much enthusiasm, and he got called the rabbi for the rest of his career. The rookie paid attention. But not every part of the job came naturally to him. I'll give him this, he was one of the fittest guys on the crew, and he could lift anything. He was endlessly good-natured and very well-intentioned. He was decisive, and physically strong, and mentally committed. He was up for anything. And okay, fine. He was handsome, at least to me, though maybe that's not a job requirement. He also with some frequency fainted at the sight of blood. The first time it happened, though certainly not the last, was the first time he started N4 on me. The thing about blood is, you can't overthink it. If you really focus on how odd it is to stick a metal tube into another human being's vein, it will freak you out. The trick to doing anything well in medicine is to get so familiar with it that it doesn't seem strange anymore. But we could all tell from the rookie's face on pretty much every medical call that he was not there yet. He needed a lot more practice. His hands felt cold as he tied the tourniquet and felt for a vein in my arm. Great veins, he said, giving me that smile of his and a quick glance up at my eyes. Sweet talker, I said. Then, trying to get back to business, they're easy to find, but they roll. He frowned a little. Okay. Then he felt my other arm. I could tell from his breathing he was nervous. Don't be nervous, I said. I'm tough. Maybe not as tough as you seem, he said. If it had been any other guy in the crew, I'd have argued. The rookie was the one guy I didn't feel like I had to prove myself to. Partly that was because he was so inexperienced, I clearly had authority over him, but it was also just something about him, the way he was. The expression on his face when he looked at me always seemed to be some version of admiration. The things I was good at, he saw them. He wasn't competing with me, either. He didn't mind when I was better than him, and he seemed to love it when I was better than the other guys. I just always had this feeling that he was rooting for me. But I still needed him to hurry up and jam that needle in my vein. Just get it over with, I said. Sticks are not my strong suit, he said. Don't overthink it, I said. He looked up then, trying to read me. Then he unwrapped a needle, pressed it to the vein he'd chosen, pushed it in and spurted blood all over both of us in the room. Oh, shit, he said, taking in the sight of all the blood. Then he wavered in his chair for a second before he collapsed and hit the floor. Rookie, I said, peering down at him with the needle still in my arm. People often come to just after fainting, because with a simple vasovagal attack, all that's wrong is not enough oxygen's getting to the brain. This happens all the time at weddings, for some reason. There's a whole subcategory of videos on YouTube with people melting to the floor at weddings. But as soon as you're down flat, the blood equalizes, and you're back up pretty fast. Sometimes, it takes a few minutes longer. I pulled out the needle and cleaned up the mess, and then, when he still wasn't up yet, I knelt down beside him. I meant to rouse him right away, but the opportunity to just gaze at him for a second was too appealing to skip. What was it about that face of his? Why did it have such an effect on me? I'd spent so much time trying to figure that out, but I still didn't know for sure. It had to be subjective. He wasn't perfect. I tried to catalogue his flaws. He had slight bags under his eyes, but of course it just gave him a sweet, puppy dog look. He had an incisor that was darker than his other teeth. And he had funny earlobes, now that I thought about it. A little too plump for the rest of him. There. He wasn't perfect. Just as flawed as the rest of us. He should be nothing special at all. But he just was. My best guess was something about his eyes, how smiley and kind-looking they were. I remember reading an article years ago about a study done on the shape of people's eyes that found people with smiley eyes wound up happier overall. Statistically. Maybe that was it. I could have stared at him all day. But of course I didn't. He had a lot more needles to stick me with before we were done. I reached out to wake him. I meant to push on his shoulder, but my hand decided to cup his jaw instead. At the touch, his eyes blinked open and I yanked my hand away. What happened? He asked, frowning and starting to sit up. You fainted. Take it slow. I helped back him up to the chair. That's embarrassing. I sat back in my chair. I won't tell anybody. Thank you. You should practice on an orange, I said. It's about the same surface tension as skin. It's not the skin I have trouble with, he said. Not a big fan of blood, huh? I asked. Not really. You'll get used to it. After a year, blood will seem as harmless as fruit punch. That's a disturbing thought. You're just going to need to do a lot of blood draws. You need to do so many, it becomes like brushing your teeth. Hard to imagine, but okay. You can get your sea legs with me, and then we'll sick you on the rest of the crew. Thanks, Cassie. I think it was the first time I'd ever heard him or anyone at the station say my first name. I didn't even realize he knew it. Everybody just called me Hanwell. I held my breath for a second, then forced myself to let it out. Then I held my arm out to him. Okay, I said, let's go again. Now, he asked. Right now, I said, giving a don't try to fight it nod. Make it happen, buddy. That blood's not going to draw itself. 15. The rookie saw some dark stuff with us that first month. We got a call for a grandpa who'd choked on a piece of steak, fatality, a tree fallen on a house, no one home, and a kid with his head stuck between the steps of a playground slide, close call. We got called to the scene of an abused woman who'd finally had enough and went after her husband with a shotgun, mutilation not pretty. It wasn't long before the rookie had acquired what we called the stare of life, that shell-shocked look new firefighters get before they've figured out how to manage, compartmentalize, and deal with all the horrific tragedy. Not that you ever entirely figure it out. It's a learning curve. You eventually get to the point where it doesn't bother you as much. You put it on a different screen in your mind that's separate from your real life somehow. But it takes a while, and in the meantime, all you can do is cope. The more stressed the rookie got, the more we joked around with him. For his own good. Case sent him looking for a left-handed screwdriver. Six-pack filled his locker with packing peanuts. We hung his boxer briefs from the flagpole. One day, we set his bed on 4 empty soda cans and remade it so it would collapse when he got in that night. And nobody ever missed an opportunity to dump water on him. After he delivered his first baby on the box, the guy said, "How was it?" And the rookie, shaking his head in disbelief, said, "It was like watching an avocado getting squeezed through an apricot." That night, the guys hung a bag in his locker with a snorkel, dive mask, and flippers, labeled OBGYN delivery kit. To be fair, there were also some funny calls. The lady who called us for menstrual cramps and kept talking about her gynecologist. The fierce little poodle that attacked the rookie's bunker pants leg and wouldn't let go, even as he hopped around trying to fling it off. Just about the only thing the rookie didn't see in those first weeks was a fire. Until the day of our 6-week anniversary at the station, when we got a call for a garage fire at an abandoned house at the edge of town. It was a perfect first fire. We ran lights and sirens, and we were the first on scene. We got to use the hoses and even worked in a lesson for the rookie about how to read the colors of the smoke. Afterward, doing demo in the smoldering remains, I heard the captain giving the rookie advice. "A fire's like a living thing," he explained. "You have to treat it like a worthy adversary. It eats and it moves, and it's going to go on eating and moving until we stop it." I looked at the rookie's face. He looked flushed, and exhausted, and awash with adrenaline. I knew that feeling. "Pretty great, huh?" I said, as we walked back to the engine when it was all over. "What?" I elbowed him. "Fighting a fire." We were passing a drain in the parking lot, and I hopped right over it before turning back and realizing that the rookie had stopped to bend over the drain and throw up. After a minute, he stood back up, wiped his mouth, and kept walking toward me. "Yeah," he said then. "Really great." That night, I had a nightmare. Not uncommon. I had lots of nightmares. But I didn't usually have them on shift. In this one, I dreamed I was suffocating. I must have stopped breathing during the worst of it, because when I woke up, there in my storage closet bed at the station, I was gasping for air and nauseated as if I really had been suffocating. As soon as I woke, I stood up. Then I staggered to the light switch, flipped it, and stood panting for a long while, right there by the door, blinking, repeating to myself, "Just a dream. Just a dream." I didn't want to go back to bed after that. I went to the kitchen to get a glass of water. And guess who was there? The rookie. I stopped in my tracks at the sight of him. He was cooking. I checked the wall clock. It was 2 a.m. I started to back out of the room, but he sensed me there and turned. He looked me over. Then he held a pan out in my direction. "Want an omelette?" "No thanks," I said. I'd been spotted, so might as well get my water. I shuffled to the sink. He was chopping at a cutting board while butter melted in a pan, and I found myself watching him. That knife was like a blur. Tap tap tap. A shallot was diced. Tap tap tap. A tomato was in pieces. He swept them off the cutting board into a bowl and tap tap tap. There went a mushroom. It was the speed, and the confidence of his movements. Mesmerizing. And a whole different side of the rookie. A side that was calm, and confident, and frankly, just from this quick glimpse, totally badass. "I can't cook," I said, watching. I'm terrible. At least you're not as bad as Destasio, he said. I am worse. I can't even toast a bagel. That got his attention. He turned to squint at me. How do you survive? I gave him a little smile. On the kindness of strangers. He went back to work. After a bit, I asked, why are you cooking an omelette at 2 a.m? Oh, he said, waving the question off. The usual. Just wakeful. What about you? Oh, I said. The usual. Then I added, nightmares. That got his attention. Nightmares? I shrugged. Yeah. Just a thing with me. My dad says it's stress relief. What are they about? The rookie asked. He was sautéing now, flipping the contents with the whole pan, in a rhythm. It was kind of like watching a juggler. Maybe it was the late hour, or the smell of those sautéing vegetables, or just that it felt harder to not answer than to go ahead and answer, but to my own surprise, I heard myself say, I'm always either being chased, being strangled, or suffocating. Sometimes all three. Holy shit, he said, turning to face me. But I pointed at the veggies. Don't burn those. He turned back. How often? I don't know, I confessed. Had I ever told anyone about this? It's better not to keep count. I was kind of enjoying the rookie's sympathy. It made me feel tough and impressive. For your whole life, he asked then. I shook my head. Just since I was 16. Why 16? I could have shrugged, like I didn't know. Instead, I said, that was the year my mother left. It wasn't the whole story, but it was more than I'd ever confessed to anybody else. We were quiet then while he tended to his cooking. In a few minutes, he slid a perfectly cooked, restaurant-worthy omelette onto a plate and handed it to me. In case you change your mind, he said. I wasn't hungry, but I took a bite anyway, not expecting anything in particular, other than just a basic egg dish kind of experience. That's not what happened. I don't know what kind of magic he used on those eggs, but the minute that bite of omelette arrived on my tongue, it absolutely overtook my mouth. It infused every taste bud I had with salty, buttery, garlicky, all-consuming pleasure. Oh my God, I said, mouth full, blinking at him in disbelief. The rookie's whole face shifted into a smile. He watched me for a second, seeming to enjoy how much I was enjoying it. You can cook, I said, taking another bite. Yeah, he said. Like, you can really cook. That's what I did before I came here, he said. I've been a chef at a little place in the North End for 6 years. But, I mean, I didn't even know what I meant. I couldn't think. I took another bite. Oh my God. You should go on a cooking competition show and win $1 billion. I'll get right on that, he said. Later, remembering this moment with the rookie, I would wonder what on earth he was doing fainting at the sight of blood in a firehouse when he could have been off absolutely writing poetry with food. That's not the question that came out in the moment, though. The question that came out was, why the hell is Destasio cooking our meals? The rookie smiled and looked down. He likes to cook. I think he needs something to do. He's going to kill us all. Did you hear that his wife left him? I shook my head. No. The rookie nodded. Destasio was talking about it before bed the other night. She moved to Framingham last Friday to live with her sister. She couldn't take the drinking anymore. Destasio drinks. I guess he must, the rookie said. You know their son Tony died, right? I shook my head. There was a lot I didn't know about Destasio. Yeah, the rookie said, about 2 years ago. Drunk driver. I winced. Except that Tony was the drunk driver. Poor Destasio, I said. No wonder he never laughed. The rookie nodded. He's had a tough few years. Add the back injury, and he's a superhero for just getting out of bed every morning. I found myself wanting to come up with ways to fix his loneliness. Maybe we could set him up on a date, I suggested. Would you want to go on a date with Destasio? Maybe we could start a Friday night barbecue club and just start showing up at his place for dinner, I said. Have you seen Destasio's place? He asked. It's like a war zone. We could clean it up. He'd hate that. He'd chase you out with a broom. I gave the rookie a look. I'm only trying to help. Some guys don't want to be helped. We can't just let him suffer. I said the same thing to the captain. But he said Destasio's got too much pride. So we ignore him. The captain's going to take him fishing next week. That doesn't sound like a long-term solution. Neither does tossing him into the dating pool. This might sound strange, but as sad as the topic was, I found myself enjoying talking to the rookie. Some, maybe even most conversations are hard work. With the rookie, it was the opposite. I didn't have to think about what to say next. All I had to do was decide between the options that popped into my mind as I listened. The conversation didn't happen so much as blossom. My mom and I used to have conversations like that, I remembered suddenly. In general, though, in life, they were pretty hard to come by. It made me almost sad to enjoy the conversation so much. I found myself missing it already, even as it was happening. Bittersweet, for sure. When it was time to clean up, I wanted to do all the dishes. The rookie had cooked, I should clean. But it was hard for him not to help. He hovered, and kept turning the water on and off for me and handing me the soap. You're not supposed to help me, I said. I like washing dishes, he said, stepping right up next to me, so close I could feel him there even without touching. Then the rookie added, but I always listen to music. He leaned forward to flip on the little radio by the sink. Destasio kept it tuned to an oldies station. Marvin Gaye came on. And so I gave in and let him help. We listened to Smokey Robinson and Diana Ross and the Temptations, and scrubbed to the rhythm, and swayed, and occasionally bumped into each other. Which I enjoyed. When we were done, and there was no good reason left to stay there, and it really was time to go back to bed, the rookie dried his hands with a dish towel and said, I want to say something to you, but I'm not sure if it's a good idea. I wasn't sure it was a good idea, either. I glanced over. Okay. I think I know why you avoid me. I don't avoid you. Lying. You know you do. Fine, I said. When the captain is not ordering you to stick me with needles, I sometimes avoid you. A little. Sorry about the needles, he said, wrinkling his nose. It's fine. The thing is, he said then, and I don't want you to take this the wrong way. I'll try not to. You're tough and strong and capable and totally fearless. I waited. But I wonder if you need a hug. What? A hug? I said, stepping back. He hunched into a shrug. Of everybody on the crew, I always feel like you're the one who most needs a hug. You think I need a hug? He winced a little, like he knew how dumb it sounded. I do. A hug is like the last thing I need, dude. Just because you're so self-sufficient and you never need any help and you just keep to yourself all the time. How dare he tell me I needed a hug? What the hell? Are the guys all going around at work hugging, and I just haven't noticed? Did I miss a bunch of hugfests? No, but Because I'm not sure what you're saying, but it sounds like there's an insult in there somewhere. He shook his head. I'm not trying to insult you. He knew he was fumbling this conversation. I think I'm just saying. He didn't know where to go. I think I just want you to know. He shook his head again while I waited. There's just something about you. Something I feel about you. I don't know how to describe it, but it's a powerful thing. What are you saying? I'm just saying that, pretty much every time I see you, all I want to do is to put my arms around you. I held still. That was a hell of a statement. Well, I said at last, you can't. He lifted his hands in innocence. I know. That's on you, man. That's all about you. More than likely. Maybe you're the one who needs a hug, and you're projecting that onto me. It's distinctly possible. Here is the deep down truth that I would never admit. I did need a hug. I'd needed one all those weeks ago when Hernandez said it, and I'd needed one every day since. Not just one 1,000. I would have given anything for the rookie to put his arms around me right then and wrap me up and let me stay like that till morning. I wanted him to. I wanted it so bad, my whole body ached for it to happen. So, of course, the only response I could muster was to take a step away. My whole life everything I'd worked for hung in the balance. This was not the moment to lose focus. Yes, he was warm, and kind-hearted, and surprisingly empathetic, and shockingly good at cooking, but none of that was relevant. As I stood across from him, my brain started issuing alerts about all the disasters that would befall me in my career, my stability, my carefully constructed sense of order, my sanity if I didn't get out of there, pronto. I should have thanked him for the food. I should have said goodnight, at the very least. But I didn't. I just pointed at him. Do not hug me. He took a step back, too, and lifted his hands in surrender. I'm not going to. We stood like that, facing off, for a minute. Then I took another step backwards. Don't ever talk to me about hugging again. He could tell he'd freaked me out or insulted me, or something. He lifted his hands a little higher. Okay. Another step back. This I gestured down at my body is a no-hug zone. Now deeply regretting he ever brought it up, got it? Stick me with all the needles you want, pal, I said then. But if you try to hug me, I will kick your rookie ass. A week later, the guys pranked me by saying we were going to do ladder drills, convincing me to suit up in my bunker gear and climb onto the roof of the station to show the rookie how it's done. This prank took a lot of planning, because our station didn't even have a ladder truck. They had to borrow one from Station 3. I had a bad feeling, even as I climbed. Still, there it was, chain of command. I got to the top and dismounted the ladder, and the guys drove away. It was fine, I told myself. I hadn't been pranked in a while. Worry if we don't prank you. I waved. I bowed. I let them have their moment. I watched Case and Sixpack steer the ladder truck off down the street to return it to its proper station, and I watched the rest of them strut back inside, arm in arm. Finally, I turned and scouted out my new surroundings. I'd be here all night, for sure. I checked out the views. I took some deep breaths. I told myself this was an opportunity to take some personal time, reflect on my life, and think all those deep thoughts I never had time for. They were doing me a favor, really. When the sun was gone, I sat against a brick wall, leaned my head back, and closed my eyes, like I might fall asleep. I wasn't sleeping, exactly, but was definitely starting to drift when I felt my hackles rise like there was somebody nearby, just as I heard a footstep right beside me. I popped up like a jack-in-the-box, launched a serious, full-body kick, and didn't realize until I was making impact with my foot that I was kicking the rookie. He doubled over and hit the ground. I dropped beside him. Rookie! What the hell? I'd knocked the wind out of him. He was down on all fours. It's scary to get the wind knocked out of you. It means the impact was hard enough to scramble the nerve signals to your diaphragm. Needing to breathe but not being able to is never an easy feeling. Okay, I said, switching from attacker to coach. Straighten up. I pushed his shoulders back to guide him. He let me. Put your hands behind your head. He did it, and with that, his breathing came back. That's right, I said, breathing with him, watching his chest rise and fall. In, then out. I knelt there next to him while his breathing normalized, keeping a hand on his back. When he was ready to speak at last, he looked a little mad. What the hell, Hanwell? I gave him a look like, what the hell, yourself? You startled me. I wasn't trying to, he said, like that mattered. I was fast asleep, pal, I said. Okay, hardly fast asleep but close enough. What was I supposed to do? I don't know, he said, somehow annoyed and sarcastic and appealing all at once. Maybe open your eyes and say, hey, rookie. Thanks for being awesome. What are you even doing here? I asked. He blinked for a second, like he thought we should already be clear on that. I'm rescuing you, he said. Then he gestured across the roof. Sure enough, I could see the tip of the ladder pointing up over the edge of the roof, in the same spot as before. He was watching me closely, like he hoped I'd be impressed. But I refused to be. How did you get the ladder truck? I talked the guys into it. I narrowed my eyes. I just, advocated for you during dinner. About how they'd had their fun and it was time to let you down. And then I plied them with some cookies I baked. I guess they got tired of hearing about it, because Case and Sixpack gave in. I shook my head at him. That's not what happened. He frowned. Pretty sure it is. You only think that's what happened, I said. I'm here, aren't I? Yes. But you're not actually rescuing me. Why not? Because they just drove away. To his credit, he didn't turn right away, or run to the place where the ladder had just been. He kept his eyes on me and let all the pieces click into place. Then he got up, walked to the edge where the ladder had been, and looked down. They drove away, he confirmed. I walked up behind him. Hey, rookie, I said. Thank you for being awesome. That made him smile. I watched the sides of his eyes crinkle up. Then he smacked himself on the forehead. I said, that's what you get for being a hero. He gave me a half smile. I can think of worse punishments. I just shook my head. I guess I really must have bugged them at dinner, he said, still putting the pieces together. I suspect this was the plan all along. You're saying this was a long con to get me up on the roof, too? Bingo. How did they know what I'd do? That's just the kind of guy you are, rookie. You're a gentleman. You say that like it's a bad thing. Not bad, I said. Just exploitable. I walked to the edge and waved down at the guys, who were cackling with glee. Keep him out of trouble, Hanwell, the captain called up. I'll do my best, sir.